on the basis of which she must question me. No, I was giving her the last documents that we were all given for Ms. Muhlasedi to put them where they should be in our files. It seems, Ms. Muhlasedi, that I'm not the only one that doesn't know where these should go. So just help all three of us, please, please.
Thank you, Chair. The document you're holding is labeled 10A, I believe. It would go.
Don't worry.
Yes.
You will just assist us.
I will
You'll
assist.
just stick them
assist.
where they should
No
go.
problem.
Thank you. Thank you.
At the same time, Chair, I think the comment that Ms. Mhlasedi wanted to give is important for the record, lest I did not properly describe where the document fits in. It's part of our exhibits, and it's a continuation of the exhibit file. Just for the record, lest it gets misplaced, or on a reading of the transcript, it is not apparent where this document fits in.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And on the topic that you're going to start with now, do you think we've taken forever with all the others? So I doubt that we'll finish this, because we don't want to go beyond the end of tea time.
Chair, I'll make every attempt to be brief, of course, but the issue we are about to address is an important one. I think we can appreciate. And Commissioner Mkhwanazi is facing serious allegations, and I think we should put them to him and allow him to respond in detail.
All right. But is it in order if maybe we can sit until 11:15?
Indeed, and then make an assessment. Yes.
Yes, but whether you are done or not, we stop at that point.
I'm comfortable with that, Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning, Madam.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform made for anyone with an idea and a drive to bring it to life. Describe what you want and watch it take shape.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Mkhwanazi, just so that you can order yourself, for the next line of questions, I would ask you to have your witness statement nearby, your witness statement.
Yes.
Okay. And then earlier this morning, you were provided with a very narrow file labeled Witness D statement. I'd ask you to keep those files close to you and let me know when you've got. Can I ask you to open your witness statement, please, and go to paragraph 68.
Mr. President, the desk is very cluttered. Should we put away Mr. Mkhwanazi's other documents?
Yes, Commissioner, can I suggest at this stage that we perhaps the commissioners move everything to the back, and right now we focus on the statement and witness D, and then I will call for further documents as we go through Commissioner Mkhwanazi's evidence.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Mkhwanazi. Do you have your witness statement nearby, please?
Yes.
Could-
Page
Yes, could I ask you to go to page 22, please?
Yes, 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 it's okay.
There is a big bold heading on that page that should say out of jurisdiction operations.
Yes,
Do you see
yes,
that?
yes, yes, yes.
If I could draw your attention to paragraph 68. Do you see that?
Yes, 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 yes.
Okay. So just to place us in context, Commissioner, under that heading of out of jurisdiction operations, you make several assertions. You set out some information over there.
Yes.
And then in paragraph 68, you detail something there about witness D. Have a look at paragraph 68, please.
Oh, yes,
There is a reference
yes.
there to a witness D.
Yes, yes.
Indeed.
yes, yes,
So
yes,
you therefore are aware that there was an individual who testified before the commission under the pseudonym identity of witness D. Is that correct?
It's correct. I started to be aware 2023, when Pete approached me. Yes.
So you're aware that evidence was given by an individual under the name witness D in front of the commission?
Yes.
And amongst others, several allegations were made in respect of you.
Sorry, I must do something. It's very important. If you know the identity of witness D, please do not mention it. It may be that during your engagements with IPIT, they mentioned the name to you.
Ah,
Please do
indeed.
not mention it.
No, I don't know him.
Thank you, Commissioner. And further to that, Commissioner Mkhwanazi also confirmed that the statement of witness D as provided to you is in fact redacted and there is no reference to the identity of witness D. Is that correct?
This one that you provided
Yes,
now.
yes. It's got black line. It's redacted. Please confirm that. It's got black line. You can't see the name of who is witness D.
There's something that I want to check.
Yes.
I can't.
Thank you. Commissioner, in paragraph 68, you make a reference to witness D. You've confirmed now that you are aware that witness D gave evidence, amongst others, concerning you before the commission.
Yes.
Correct. In order to locate that, there's a statement of witness D in front of you. I'll ask you to turn to page 1. You'll see there on the front page, it reads witness statement of, and it's redacted. It's a black line, a solid black line.
Yes, yes.
Indeed. Paragraph 1 is an introductory paragraph. You see that?
Yes.
Thank you. And paragraph 2 begins with the words, on the evening of the 15th of April, 2022. Do you see that?
Yes.
Indeed. Commissioner Mkhwanazi, before I take you through the evidence of witness D in detail, you've already confirmed to the commission that you have some knowledge of his testimony, and I therefore invite you to speak. You indicate in your statement that you disagree with the version provided, so I would encourage you to share with the commissioners anything you have to say concerning the events of the 15th of April 2022 as presented by witness D.
Yes, yes, I'll do. Even though now I know it's the 15th, you see, April. At that night,
Perhaps for context, why don't you very briefly state what those events are, very briefly, so that the commissioner may then state his version.
Thank you, Chair.
thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, if we start there at paragraph 2, witness D gives the commission a particular date of the 15th of April 2022. Right? I won't go into everything in detail right now because I'll take you through the statement in detail in due course. But when you work through the statement, witness D indicates that he was invited to an operation in Brakpan in April of 2022. He was invited to a law enforcement operation on a plot in Brakpan. Witness D then also sets out the individuals who were part of that operation. You would find that at paragraph 5 of Witness D's statement. In the course of giving evidence before the testimony, before the commission, some of the allegations made by Witness D was that the primary purpose of that operation was to recover stolen goods from a warehouse, and that in the course of that operation, several members from different law enforcement agencies were involved, and that the suspect, the individual who was suspected of taking part in that warehouse robbery, was tortured in order to obtain information about the location of the stolen goods and later on about an amount of money, and ultimately died at that location in Brakpan. If you go further in the statement, and I'll take you to the direct paragraphs, the allegations, particularly as they relate to you, is that upon the death of this suspect who was involved in this warehouse robbery, upon the death of this suspect, several members of that operation who were in law enforcement telephoned you and sought your assistance in covering up the events that occurred at that property in Brakpan in April of 2022. And at a latter part of the statement, Witness D indicates that you, in fact, attended at the property, meaning you arrived at the property. Witness D describes what you were wearing, who you spoke to, and says that you looked at him and indicated that somebody needs to dump the body, this body of the suspected thief, into either a dam or a mining shaft. And Witness D admits that he did so. So, Commissioner, having given you that background, where you understand with some measure of detail the allegations made by Witness D, that is the content of his statement.
Yes.
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 I invite you, with reference to your paragraph 68, to share with the Commission if indeed you were there at this property on the night in question. And if you were there, what brought you there? You indicate in paragraph 68 that you have views about the version presented by Witness D. So I encourage you to inform the Commission, give the Commission your account of those events, and to the extent that you disagree, where you disagree. Thank you.
I'm not sure it is early hours of the 15th. I'm not sure that is the 15th the day where they started an operation, or the 15th is the next day. You see, but I would say, let me say my vision, my vision of the story. In terms of the dates, we'll correct it. In the early hours of that day, I can't specify a date because I don't. Around 3 or to 3 a.m., I received a call from Yako. Yako, I forgot the surname, but Yako, Kobas. No, Yako, it's not a Kokobas. No, I received a call saying, Dona, where are you? Yako is not an officer, he's one of the informers. So he's very accurate in terms of information. I know that when got information from Yako, there's something tangible that we are going to get. Dona, we've got...
Commissioner, is that Hanekom?
Oh, yes. May I write it? Yes, I received. You see, we've got success. Dona, stolen goods is correct when you talk about goods. You see, say, Yako, where are you? No, come Dona, Brakpan. You see, it was around 2-3 a.m. You see, Then I woke up, you see. But I was skeptical because I had 15 missed calls, you see. But I said, but Yako, I know when he gives information, it's accurate. Then I went there. When I went there, we communicated, Yako, I don't know the place because he spoke about the plots in Brakpan, you see. Then I off-ramped it N17. There's an informal settlement. I forgot its name. But when immediately off-ramped, before the plots, then in that era, I saw he was driving a red car. It's a small car, but it's private car, I know it, you see. Then he escorted me. When we entered towards the plot, it was dark. It's the plots. It's not gravel. It's gravel roads. It's not tarred, you see. But when I entered, there were many cars. There were cars, mad cars, security cars. You see, could see that it's a big operation, you see. Then I entered, you see. But that time he was driving in front. Then he stopped next to the gate. They stopped. After that, he jumped to me. He said, Nduna, I went on. I said, yes, but what is happening here? This is an operation, you see. Whose operation? No, don't worry. Then I moved towards the gate where he waited next to me. He said there are successes. Let's see success. Because the truck, the area is dark, but there was a light that is lighting direct to the truck. And the truck was empty. I think the truck is the truck that is having blue plastics cover, but all of them, they were opened. The truck was facing direction north. I was in direction south, like standing like this, like when I'm looking at the commissioner, when I'm looking at the madam, you see. I said, and it was, people were moving. Some with uniform, markers, say, they are no good. Say, what's happening, Yako? No, Nduna. And, to put it, there were some moving, some standing in groups. Yeah? Then on that gate, he said, Yako, where is the stock? You see. Started talking, Yako, where is the stock? You see. No, Nduna, bring me. I said, I must bring media. Where is the stock? No, he was not clear. You see. It was a discussion of 3 to 5 minutes. You see. I said, okay, you're wasting my time because I suspected. In that time, he was good into information, but I started to hear stories of extortion, stories of coming there. You will go with officers. After officers left, you'll go and collect money just to put terror to people that, hey, I'm going to arrest you with my people and what. But his information is accurate, you see. But on top of that, he did, because he was not working, he did his own thing using officers. He will work with all officers at Purulen. You see, he was having many teams, you see. Then I moved towards the car. I said, you are playing with me, you see. But I suspected something. I drove, made a U-turn, and it was maybe 4 or 5 houses. When we enter, it's like, can I put it, for example? It's the corner, it's 4 or 5 houses. We came to this direction, it's correct. Then we turned right. It's 4 or 5 houses there. You see, I stood there. He came with the car. I said,
Sorry, Commissioner. I don't know if that's being captured.
Sorry. Yeah, but let me repeat it because I just made the example.
All right.
Yes.
Yes.
In that corner, I moved towards that corner. When you go back, you turn towards your left. It's the same area of plots again. The informal settlement is too far. When you turn right, it's the same area, but it's those plots, 1, 2, it was a 4,000. It's not a long distance, you see. Then I parked there. He came in. Said, Nduna, but we're talking inside the cars now. Say, Yako, you're playing with me, you see. No, Nduna. No, he told it. No, Nduna. You see. Said, Nduna, you're not going. You see. Say, Yako, I'm going. Then I drove. When I was driving, Commissioner, I was talking to him. You see, he kept on calling me. I was safe. It's fine, man. I'm safe. Then I went at home. You see. Then a day or two, because he was not waking us, he will jump. You see. Yako, where is the stock? Where are the goods? You see. No, Nduna, there's nothing. Then it was like that up until I was called by IPD. No members of EMPD, no members of SAPS or the security company has ever came and concluded they will kill the person or there was an incident where a person died, you see. And I didn't even confirm with the members that were there because from EMPD says there were no more cars. You see, the only cars that I could see is these 4 or 3 cars from subs cars, you see. Because I didn't count, there were just many cars. I can't say it's the exact number, but there were many other cars from different and mad cars. And when I came in again, I must mention that, Commissioner, some of the cars were starting to move. That could tell you that this operation started long time ago. Or part of the questions that I asked him is that
Stop taking meeting notes and let ClickUp AI Note Taker do it for you. It allows you to focus on your meetings, not your notes. It captures everything from action items.
I remember. You started the operation last night, but you are calling me in the early hours and there's no success. In all of this, I was, what were you doing? But you couldn't be specific. But I suspected that they got the success. If they got it, they decided to do something with the success. Now they call me. See, just to call me, hey, there's this, because there was nothing. And the impression that I got when I did, there's a success. You see, in the morning, I would be making noise, you see. Then I went home. Then after 1 or 2 days, that's where we started communicating again.
Thank you.
But there was nothing formally.
Thank you. Please complete your sentence.
I think
Thank you, Commissioner Mkhwanazi. You've indicated then the circumstances that brought you to the property in Brakpan. You shared that with the Commission. And you've also described now the reason why you were there. My question to you is, apart from your discussions with Yaku, the informant that you've identified now, did you speak to anyone else that you found at the property? Was there anyone else at the property that you would have recognized or recognized?
No. They were moving around, but Yako stopped me, you see, at the gate. You see, I couldn't go, but I was not going to go outside because I suspected that they stolen something. I was very angry per se, you see. Now, when members call you, anyone calls there's a success, you become excited. When you go there, it's an opposite, you see. I was there for only less than 5 minutes. I didn't even stay there.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Mkhwanazi. I've requested my colleagues to assist in printing a document. Could you please? One for the witness. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Mkhwanazi. In the course of sharing the events of that night with the Commission, you mentioned that at some point in time there was an investigation.
Yes.
So I've handed you a piece of paper right now. Before we work through the content of that document, Commissioners, the document has a tab labeled 11. Could I request that it's filed under the EMPD Exhibit Bundle CJC 56. So it should follow the document Advocate Silo just presented you with. Thank you.
Again, you'll assist us with where it should actually go.
Indeed, Chairperson. Commissioner Mkhwanazi, please identify the document in front of you. Are you familiar with this document?
I think it's the statement that I submitted to IP.
Thank you. Do you see?
Yes, because I know that same day I said, no, I know nothing. I can write it now. I don't have to consult lawyers.
Thank you.
Remember, yes.
Do you see paragraph 1 of that statement?
Yes.
You indicate what is indicated there?
My ID number and everything, yes.
As well as your name, I, Julius Dr. Mkhwanazi, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you see the top right corner of that document? It says the Brakpan, correct?
Brakpan is page
yes, and
1.
that is a reference. The reference to Brakpan is a reference to what exactly?
No, they said when IP was investigating, they said it's a Brakpan. You see, that's when I wrote Brakpan.
Brakpan.
In fact, it was 3 things that they asked me to write. You see.
My apologies, Commissioner. Let me phrase the question differently. The reference to Brakpan in the top right corner is a reference to the location, the police station? Yes.
No.
Yes, the location.
It's a reference to the case that you were asking me about.
Thank you.
It's a Brakpan thing.
Thank you.
Yes.
And under the word Brakpan on the top right corner, you will see a reference to a page 1. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you.
yes, yes,
And
yes,
if you
yes.
flip it over, there is on the top right corner a reference to a page 2. Is that right? Top right
The second
corner.
page?
Yes, please.
Yes,
Thank
yes,
you
yes,
so
yes,
much.
yes, yes,
So we've identified that this is the statement you provided to IPID in the context of an investigation. It is a 2-page statement, and at the bottom of page 2, can you identify that signature there?
Yes, I signed.
yours.
And that's my first number too.
Thank you.
Or police number.
Thank you. When you were approached by IPID to prepare this statement, round about what time was this?
It was the day I've said they called me for blue lights. Yeah, I remember.
Okay.
They called me for blue lights. Once we were talking about blue lights, they said, hey, there's this thing, you see.
Do you
I
have
said,
a-
Sorry?
Please
it
continue.
Was,
Do
it
you
was
have
the
a-
same day. It's either it's the 30th or after that. But I don't remember exactly. But when I came back to work, it's either the next day, they called me to come to IPT.
So roughly is 2023?
Yes, 2023.
Summer,
No,
yes.
2023.
23,
Yes,
thank you.
2023.
And do you recall the name of the official that approached you in the context of?
It was 5 officials. He called him Advocate Kulu, his national IP. He was with 2 people from national. It's Mr. Dlamini and Miss Dlamini. They said they are not married, they're just colleagues. Then it was people from the IP province. That's what how they had to introduce. It was Mr. Makakula. I know Mr. Makakula because he's doing investigation in there. And Miss I know her by name, Nomsa. I know her because they're doing any investigation in a Gurulane. It is them. There was this advocate. I couldn't take his name, but he's their boss here in the province. There's other 3, they were from national. Yeah, it was another, I think there were 7 if I'm not mistaken. But I could remember a lady and 2 from province. In fact, there were 2 ladies and all others, maybe 6 or 7, it was males on that day. And it was not only this one, ne?
But my question relates to this one. When
yes,
you were
yes,
approached?
Yes.
Yes.
And when I was approached, I was not approached. They approached me about blue lights, you see. That's when I went there. When I was there, then they said, no, out of that, there's this again.
There we go. So
Yes.
tell the commission when they say, no, there's this again. What is that a reference to?
No, they started by saying, there's a case in Brakpan. I said, what case in Brakpan? It's about the murder. I said, what murder? You see. Said, do you know Yako? I said, yes, I know Yako. Work with Yako. You see. But the same thing they said, they did. I said, no. It was the last time. On that day, maybe I was having a year or months without even seeing, without even communicating with
Yako.
But they agreed that, we know that we are no longer working together. We've decided not to work because they know I even explained the reasons.
Nevertheless,
Yes.
they requested you to make the statement.
Yes,
Indeed.
I did it immediately.
So you confirm then, Commissioner Mkhwanazi, that you were approached by officials, or at least an official, you've identified Mr. Tsulu from IPID, and they identified to you
Mr.
that
Tsulu.
Tsulu, you said Tsulu.
Kulu, yes.
Thank you.
No, I was not approached by Kulu. Kulu introduced himself there. You see.
Indeed. So-
but I was approached by province.
That is Tsulu a representative of IPID?
National, yes.
Thank you. Did Tsulu discuss with you the ongoing matter concerning a murder at Brakpan?
No, all of them, they were.
Yes.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Tsulu,
In
addition,
fact,
I
they told
apologize.
me.
I apologize. Let me rephrase the question. Tsulu, in addition with several other individuals, approached you in the context of an ongoing investigation of a murder that occurred at Brakpan. Is that correct?
Yeah, but they were, the way you're putting it, they were so clear that you gave instruction. You were not part of the operation, but you came in the morning and gave instruction. They were so clear.
Thank
and
you,
when
Commissioner.
I said early hours of, they said yes, we are confirming that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
From there, it
Thank-
was the issue of the statement.
Thank you, Commissioner. On the point of the statement, then perhaps let's turn to the
Yes.
statement itself. You've helpfully taken the commission through the contents of paragraph 1. At the end of paragraph 1, you say there, and I'll read it to you, you say, I am an adult male employed by Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Municipality as the Metro Police Director, full stop. Do you see that?
Yes.
End of paragraph 1. And am I correct to say at that point in 2023, you were responsible for specialized services and operations? Is that right?
Yes, it's
Thank
that
you.
time.
Right. Okay. We then look at paragraph 2, where you indicate that early last year, so if you are making the statement in 2023, as you've testified,
Yes.
a reference to early last year means you are referring to an incident that likely took place in
I remember
2022.
they told me that it was around that time, but I couldn't see. Then I wrote, yes, you're
You say
correct.
early
You're
last year.
correct.
And in the context there of paragraph 2, you indicate that you were woken up by Mr. Yaku at around 2 a.m. in the morning, telling me to come and see the success of the truck that was recovered in Brakpan, in the
Yes.
Brakpan Springs area. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Can I ask you, when you say the phone call woke you up, you were, I assume, then sleeping. Where were you located at the time that you received the call?
No, at Albertine.
You were
my
at
house. Yeah.
You were at your home, and so you then say in paragraph 2 that you woke up and drove to Brakpan.
Yes.
At
Yes.
the
Yes.
after receiving this call.
Yes.
Please assist the commission. How far is Brakpan from Alberton? If you're driving home at 2 a.m., how long is that distance?
10 to 12 kilometers. I'm not accurate. Yeah, but it's simple from the freeway N17.
Okay.
It's easier, yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's one freeway straight to.
How many
Brakpan.
kilometers did you say?
It's 10, maybe 10, 14 or 15.
10 to 15.
Yes, I'm not
Thank you.
accurate in terms of.
Okay. And you then indicate in paragraph 3 what occurred upon your arrival at the property. Do you see that?
Yes, madam.
Indeed.
Oh, Commissioner. Yes.
You, in that first sentence, you say, on my arrival, I found many vehicles marked and unmarked, comma, including those of private individuals like his, which was red, parked next to the house. Can I stop there? Can you confirm what I've read is correct? Please take your time.
It's paragraph
paragraph 3
3. Can I
from the
read
top.
it?
It starts, on my arrival.
Yes, I can read it. Yes.
Thank you. That reference in paragraph 3, you say, on my arrival, I found many vehicles marked and unmarked.
Yes.
What is a marked vehicle versus an unmarked vehicle?
It's police vehicle that are branded.
Okay.
Yes.
And when you say,
unmarked, there were many vehicles that were not branded.
indeed, so
Yes, like private vehicles, white, different colors they were there, and they were branded vehicles of different security companies. Yes.
and when you say police vehicles, what is that a reference to specifically?
It was police vehicles, marked police, SAPS.
SAPS.
SAPS vehicles, yes.
As well as you say unmarked vehicles, which I
Yes.
then understand to sort of be private vehicles.
Yes. And the way they were parked, some were in front. No, there were many. That street was nearly closed, but you could drive. But at the sides, there were many vehicles that were parked there.
And you continue then on in paragraph 3. There is a reference there to a truck. Do you see that? In paragraph 3.
Yes.
What color do you say the truck is?
In terms of the color, no, that truck, these open trucks, it was opened. You see, I could see it from the back side, you see, because it was facing direction north. You see, the gate is this side.
Let me.
It may be white, but I don't know, or off-white or yellow. But what I saw that it was opened.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll assist you then with reference to your paragraph 3. You indicate there in the fourth sentence at the end. He collected me from the vehicle near the house next to the gate, I assume, you correct me if that's wrong, where he showed me the white truck with canopy, which was opened on one side, but it was dark inside. I couldn't see what was inside the truck as he was pointing at it. He told me everything was sorted and managed. Can you confirm that I read that correctly?
Yes.
So what does Yaku mean when he says to you there at the end of paragraph 3, everything was sorted and managed?
We were talking about the goods. You see, he said, don't worry. That's what made me angry. You see, wake me up. He said, there's a success here. You see, and there's no success. I didn't see anything there. You see, so no, don't worry. They said, no, Yako, mustn't lie. You see, that's when again I got angry and moved. You see, but he was talking about successes and the goods.
And the reference by Mr. Yaku to success, you understood that to be a reference to the recovery of
No, it was about the goods.
the goods.
Yeah, it was about the goods. Even in the court, it was about the goods.
And please assist the commission. Why would Yaku phone you in order to inform you about a successful or potential successful recovery of goods at 2 a.m. in the morning?
No, he used to do that. Yako yani komne. He was not a person who likes to sleep. He's very good in terms of gathering information. There are many operations that we did, successful operation, where he will call you at night, he will call you at 3 a.m., different times. But 99, or let me say 70% of what he's calling, it's a good information. He may then sometimes he may not work with you, work with others and tell you, hey, no, there's a success work. But I know that when he says there's this information, he has worked. You see, even if you send members, even go yourself, you know that you are going to brand with that, or you are going to you'll get good publicity on that success. He was that type of a person.
In light of the kind of information.
Ms. Masklasedi, may I perhaps give you 2 minutes to wrap up? As I said at the beginning, it was not likely that we would finish this part of it. The commissioner will have to come back in the new year.
Okay.
Thank you. Chairperson, then let me just ask a question or two regarding the statement and
Perhaps just one.
just one. That's
Please. Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner, in light of what you've shared with the Commission thus far about the content of the statement, in particular the identification on your part of SAPS motor vehicles, what was your understanding about the kind of operation that was taking place there when you arrived?
No, I've said that I could see that it was a big operation. You see, there was an operation there. And when you say goods, that means what was saying when I was approaching. It's something that one can say, this is a success.
And your reference to big operation is a reference to a law enforcement operation, or what type of operation are you referencing?
No, the officers, it's a law enforcement operation.
They are officers.
I mean, AI will create more millionaires in 5 years than the internet did in 20. Disappear for a month and do this instead.
So this is how I became the most dangerous person in the room. One habit changed everything. I replaced social media with micro-learning. Now, instead of wasting time on social media, I spend 15 minutes a day actually learning how to use AI for writing, planning, brain.
Thank you, Ms. Mutlasedi.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Commissioner?
Thank
you very, very much. But as I said earlier, you will have to come back in the new year. You will be notified accordingly. Let's adjourn and resume at 11:35.
Siyabonga. Baba egameni likaJesu Kristu waseNazaretha, lithi izwi lakho ungu-alpha, ungu-omega, uyisiqalo, uyisiphetho. Lithi izwi lakho, without you we can do nothing. Father, I present Lord, this event, this conference into your hands. You said, Father, we plan, men plan, but the one who prospers the plan, it's you. I pray for wisdom, for knowledge and understanding. Ngoba lithi izwi lakho, i-wisdom siyicela kuwe, usinikeze yona ngobuningi. I pray, even as the vote will be starting today, ngikhulekela baba ukuthi grant each and every person voting all the wisdom they need in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Uthe wena baba ezwini lakho izinto ezinhle zonke zivela kuwe. Siyabonga ke baba ukuthi konke okuyophuma kule ndawo kuwe bakuhle futhi kuzoba kuvela kuwe. Ngoba uthe wena ngaphandle kwakho akukho esiyokukwenza. Father, even I have prayed with thanksgiving in my heart, knowing that you are going to take charge, you are going to take control, you are going to grant them the wisdom that surpasses all human understanding according to your word. In Jesus' mighty name, Lord, I've prayed with thanksgiving. Amen. Siyabonga ke thina si-FBO.
No, thanks very much, Comrade Sheshile. Netimba lakho, asibasheleni izandla, comrades. I think they will have done well. Just to recognize the national leadership by Comrade Mahlengi, PGT members led by Ubabu Masondo, co-convener. Comrade, what we are going to do now, we are going to fetch packages. We'll start with zone 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's zone 1, 2, 3, and 4, followed by 5, 6, 7, 8, followed by 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. But must get a lapos be straight, comrade. We are late. Can zone 1, 2, 3, and 4? Let's move, comrades. Oh, you should just go there, Kuzolega, la reception, comrades. The main reception. No, the RTC are right.
here delegitimizes your conference, but also polarizes the ANC. So we thought we should plead with all of you, comrades. Let us be together and respect the NEC decisions. When we meet on Monday, don't find yourself outside the gate. There is a person, Comrade Mchante used to say, there is a person who left the ANC. That person stood up when Chief Tuli was addressing. And Chief Tuli said, where are the ANC volunteers? That comrade was Rina Ekuluma, was Tolese ngaphandle kwe-hall, taken out by ANC volunteers. Eye Robben Island, when yoni ANC was a PAC. So we plead with you, we NGC ungazibonisu ngaphandle, kanti ubuvunyelwe la. Let's just move together, sing one song, uniting songs here, go to the NGC with uniting songs, spread to all other regions in the province. Discipline and the renewal of the ANC. So that's ngaphinde siyithole. Ngikusho ke lokhu nami ngake ngaba kule process enkuyo. Angifuni ukuthi singcono. We have all been in this situation. But because the ANC says, let us renew ourselves, let us all follow the ANC direction. Siyabonga. Amandla.
Yes. I think I suggest let them not go out now. Yeah.
Close by.
Okay, close by. Okay. Okay. Now, comrades, we can continue singing. The SG is nearer. We now suggest to all these other zones, let us not go out to fetch packages. Let's sing. It's just nearer, comrade.
the media to respect the line once you've taken your shots. We want to give you the opportunity to take your pictures, but please remember the line 2, 3 rows back. Thank you. And please, to members of the public, switch off your cell phones. Thank you.
Ms. Sillo.
Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, Minister.
Good afternoon
it's still
to
morning.
the Commission and Commissioners.
Yes, I don't like the idea of having to look at the time before I greet somebody. In my language, it doesn't happen. Good morning, I'm sorry. Yes, Ms. Sillo.
Thank you, Chair. For purposes of the record, just to state, we continue with the testimony of Minister Senzo Mchunu, which started on Tuesday afternoon, the 2nd of December. And because of our programming challenges, Mr. Mchunu was gracious enough to permit us to continue with the witness who was under subpoena for.
When you have the perfect response in your head, but your fingers just can't keep up. We've all been there, typing, deleting.
Testimony. Chair, once again, for the record, when we started with the testimony of Mr. Mchunu, Ms. Lee Sigal Ngube was leading her, working with me. There's a slight change in the team today, and it's still myself, but this time I'm with Ms. Tabampuwe, Advocate Tabampuwe. But that should not impact anything at all. It will have no impact on the process. Chair, with your leave, there is something I would like to address. If anything, to correct the public perception that appears to have taken root out there. On Tuesday, when Minister Mchunu presented himself before the commission, he was wearing a hearing aid. And unfortunately, the public has interpreted that in different ways, most of the ways exceptionally incorrect. I would like to place on record that Mr. Mchunu brought to our attention that, as with anyone, he has hearing challenges sometimes. And in order to facilitate engagement between himself and us on the one hand and the commissioners on the other, the commission provided him with a hearing aid that is connected to the commission system to enable audibility or to improve audibility. So that hearing aid that the public may see is not one brought by Minister Mchunu. It has not been provided to him by his legal team or anyone, and it is for no other purpose except to facilitate better hearing by him. So I thought it is necessary to put that on record and clear any misconceptions that may be there out publicly.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
I was about to ask where it is today. I see Mr. Michaels taking it across.
You want me to say something to test? Okay. Are you comfortable? Are we ready to proceed, Minister Mchunu?
Very comfortable.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Mchunu, as the situation was on Tuesday, you should have before you a file containing your statement that you had begun to testify on Tuesday afternoon. And then you have a series of files that are marked, 4 of which were tendered on your behalf together with your statement, and that contains your annexures. And there are 3 other files, and these are marked exhibits. And those are the documents that are being tendered by the commission or by the evidence leaders. As it is practice, as and when we need to refer you to any particular document during the course of your testimony, we will do our best to be as precise as we can and direct you to the correct file and the correct page. So for the moment, you don't have to worry about the fact that you are surrounded by 8 files. We'll find a way to manipulate our way through it, through all that morass. Turning then to your statement, when you left the commission on Tuesday, you had gone as far as page 21. And as per agreement, on Tuesday, you'll be given an opportunity to put across your version, but once again, as regards strictly the issues of the PKTT, and as stated on record, there shall be no engagement with you during that time until you have completed your version. And when I say engagement, it basically is to limit myself. I will not speak on behalf of the commissioners. The commissioners may, as it happened on Tuesday, ask clarification questions as and when it becomes necessary. Considering the time, and on my estimation, you should comfortably conclude that process in the next 1 hour, 30 minutes or so. And I just wanted to check with you whether that is comfortable. I'm not rushing you through the process, am I?
I hope you're not.
Okay. I trust we shall, and we'll attempt to do so. With those few words, then I'd invite you to address the next topic of your statement, starting at page 22.
Thank you very sorry.
Oh, sorry. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, commissioners. Just before I proceed to page 22, I just want to go back a little bit to the comments that were made by Commissioner Khumalo, but very briefly, and the comments that were made by Commissioner Baloyi. Just to say that when Commissioner Khumalo asked me to cast my eye on paragraph 8.10 of the Marai Committee report, I did so. And my reading of the paragraph, that 8.10 says, task teams, I quote directly, should be subjected to an impact analysis by organizational development and strategic management in the province to ensure the feasibility of existing teams. This was now 2024. They were worried about the state of the teams or some teams in some provinces, and then putting a mechanism for that. So my reading is that that it is with reference to the provincial teams, the specialized task teams, and it is common cause that the National Political Killings Task Team is a national task team, and therefore doesn't apply to it. Commissioner Baloyi spoke about the existence of murder and robbery at the time or up to the end of the year 2024 when I wrote the directives in relation to the structure, the new structure that had been developed after we came to say whether that murder and robbery was in existence or it was still to exist in terms of the new structure. And I do want to confirm that beyond any doubt, even as we negotiated the new structure or discussed the new structure during our orientation and up to the end of the year, the murder and robbery was in full existence, depending on a province here and there, but it was in full existence. And there are pointers to that as evidence. Even on the 12th of July, during the orientation, the presentation that was made clearly indicated that it does exist. Murder and robbery was already in existence, apart from all other evidential documentation that I've given to you. And of course, even at that meeting, there were comments like the letter was issued at the time when there were discussions in relation to the establishment of murder and robbery. And in the past, there was a unit called Brixton Murder and Robbery Unit, which was dealing with the issues of murder and robbery, and it was doing very well. These were part of the discussions that ensued as we were holding our discussions. But this is an extract from the evidence given by Deputy Minister Matali at the ad hoc committee. It is on paragraph 58. But I do also have this document at my disposal, which is a 2020 structure at the beginning of the previous administration. I don't know whether commissioners have. It clearly, like the one that I was putting, it clearly indicates that the structure, the murder and robbery that we're talking about, did exist in column 3 in this document as a section, as I was explaining, or murder and robbery, and then there are other sections below that. So these are part of the material evidence that show that there was indeed meant to be murder and robbery, and the department was making efforts throughout at officials level to build murder and robbery. That is why even in 2019, as in fact 2018, as just 2 months or 3 months after the establishment of the NPKTT in September, they then commissioned a study, because there was this intention all the time to ensure that you build murder and robbery. Now, the last matter.
Just a second there, Minister.
Yes.
We've just been given
I was about to address that. We've also been given
documents.
Documents relating to organizational structure, and another one also addressing organizational structure, but that one is dated 2025. To place on record, during the course of lunch, I take it that with the submission of these documents, the minister would like to have them included in the record.
Yes.
We will work with the attorneys to determine whether they are part of an existing annexure or how best to mark them for purposes of the record. And then we shall update the commissioner's files as necessary over the lunch period.
Just a suggestion, perhaps they should go to the minister's annexures file.
Yes.
And then you can just give a letter if they relate to, for example, annexure 22.
Indeed.
Then you have a 22A and whatever else.
We shall do so, but I guess we will have to satisfy ourselves that they are relevant
Yes, if they
to
are.
that particular
If-
annexure. Otherwise, we'll
If
have to
they
find
are.
an yes.
Only if they are, yes.
We definitely will
Thank
do,
you,
Chair.
thank you,
Thank you.
thank you. Minister, I interrupted you.
Thank you very much. The last preliminary issue, just before I get to page 22, is just to bring in yet another document on interministerial committees as of February this year, but reflecting the position as we started the new administration, that confirms that the interministerial task team or ministerial committee on political killings doesn't form part of the list that we have on political killings. There are all others, but except that one. And it was on the basis of that understanding when I issued the letter of directives as of 31 December last year that that was the existing position at the time. I now want to proceed, therefore, to page 22.
Sorry, Minister, before you do so, you've accepted my invitation and responded to it. It's the first preliminary point you addressed. Because our proceedings are transcribed, you were responding to a document that appears in file 2 of 5, your annexures on page 201, and it is paragraph 8.10 of the Murray report. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Minister, the document you just referenced, just to confirm, is it one of the two that has been submitted, or is that yet another?
It's yet another.
It's yet another. We trust that we'll be provided with copies thereof, and we shall treat it in the same fashion as we do these two. Thank you.
Now, page 22 addresses, which is the next topic, the role of the minister vis-a-vis the role of the National Commissioner. In discharging my ministerial responsibilities as police minister, I have at all times understood the constitutional and strategic framework governing policing, including my authority to determine national policy and to issue directives to the National Commissioner within the framework. And in this regard, I've also made my own personal efforts to intensify my understanding of the environment as appointed to police department. And I want to point out right at the beginning that we dispel the notion that the Minister of Police has no operational, although I put it inside italics, has no operational role whatsoever insofar as police are concerned. It will be remembered, it is solely for that reason that I make that statement. That powers, and there was no civilian and ministerial control over the functions, which resulted in grave abuses of human rights. Our Constitution departs from that particular history and places the police firmly under the public control, and the police reside under a political head for a good reason. That was one of the significant changes from the old era, the apartheid era, to the new era of democracy. And it was meant to, among other things, mitigate against what we had experienced as a nation.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Of the Constitution addresses the political responsibilities for the police service. Subsection 1 therefore states that a member of cabinet must be responsible for policing and must determine national policing policy after consulting the provinces or provincial governments and taking into account the policing needs and priorities of the provinces and determined by the provincial executives. And then Section 207 deals with the control of the police service, with subsection 1 and subsection 2 providing as follows. The President, as head of the National Executive, must appoint a woman or a man as the National Commissioner of Police Service to control and manage police service. The National Commissioner must exercise control over and manage police service in accordance with the national policing policy and the directions of the cabinet member responsible for policing. So those two sections are very clear in my understanding, and I worked on the basis of what I understood them to mean. Then there's Section 207, which establishes a civilian secretariat and provides for a civilian secretariat for the police service, which must be established by national legislation to function under the direction of cabinet member responsible for policing. So according to the Constitution, Minister has three distinct powers. Firstly, it is to determine national policing policy. The second one, it is the power to direct the National Commissioner when exercising his or her powers in terms of Section 207 of managing and controlling the police service. And then thirdly, the power to direct the civilian secretariat for police, which secretariat must be established by national legislation. The Constitution does not prescribe the content of the national policing policy, and this is left to the minister to determine the content. The policy must, however, take into account the policing needs and priorities of the province. And clearly, the Constitution contemplates the all-encompassing policy that sets the framework for the operations of the police. Now, I just want to indicate that we developed the policing policy in the course of last year, completed it, signed it off, so it is in place. There are other sections that are relevant and are important, and I propose that I don't necessarily go through them one by one. Section 2 and 3 of SAPS Act, and then the Constitution and the SAPS Act, which indeed envisage that the policy and directions of the minister will be enforceable by, in the main, the Secretariat. And also, in paragraph 67, I make reference to the nature of the directions that the minister may issue to the National Commissioner. Now, which I'm saying are not necessarily specified in terms of the content. And of course, other issues that arise in the exercise of power by the minister. Now, I want to proceed to paragraph 68. Yes. Therefore, the National Commissioner's operational powers must be exercised in accordance with the directions and policy issued by the minister. This is not surprising, a surprising feature of the Constitution. And at the heart of Chapter 11 of the Constitution is the need to place the police service under the public control by imposing political oversight as it has happened over time during the advent of our democracy. This is apparent from various provisions dealing with the police and providing extensive powers to the minister responsible for policing, like Section 206, 1, Section 206(3)(e), 206(8), 207(2), and 207(3), and 208, all those subsections. The National Commissioner has the powers contained in 11(2)(d), and this is an important paragraph in my statement. He has sections. He has powers contained in Section 11(2)(d) of the SAPS Act to organize and reorganize the service into various components or units or even groups. But that power contained in 11(2)(d) is not relevant to the issue of the National Political Killings Task Team, because this team was not established by the Commissioner in terms of those powers at 11(2)(d). I have indicated above that this was solely established through the intervention of the President and then who established then the Interministerial Committee chaired by the Police Minister, and then who then decided that there should be a structure or a mechanism called a Political Killings Task Team. Now, in the light of this framework, my oversight of high-level structural and governance issues, including a 2019 work study, proliferation of unmonitored task teams, budget effects of temporal structures, and the proper location of specialized functions within SAPS fell squarely within my constitutional responsibility. My directive of 31st December 2024 must be assessed with this constitutional and statutory framework. The allegation of overreach is rejected. Now, paragraph 71, during the latter half of 2024, so before I go to that, not only did I believe that as I wrote that directive, I was within the Constitution and the legislative framework, but I did consult a Special Advisor, Advocate Vusi Pikoli, who then indicated comfort in terms of the exercise of that responsibility based on what is indicated by the Constitution and by the legislative framework.
Sorry, can I just clarify this? The consultation with Advocate Pikoli, was it on the day or prior to the decision?
It was on the day, but on the day, it was merely a culmination of what we had been discussing over time, where we were discussing the actual role of the minister in terms of the powers provided by the Constitution, something that we were doing on a regular basis in our meetings. And I did hold a number of meetings with Advocate Pikoli, not only on this subject, but on other relevant matters, especially taking advantage that I have a special advisor who happens to be an advocate, which was a coincidence that doesn't necessarily obtain with all other special advisors.
Minister, if I may interject, I'm not sure whether you touched on the issue of Advocate Pikoli in passing only, or whether that's where you intend to be in your statement, because I would like to refer you to your next chapter, which you have headed Human Rights Concerns Emanating from the Public. I think the issues that you deal with under that heading are important in considering your eventual decision to disband. So I think we should take some time and you highlight aspects of that. For the record, commissioners, the extensive engagement with the issue of consultation with Advocate Pigoli starts much later in your statement at 162, and when we get there, you will say more about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. During the latter half of 2024, that is just after we got appointed to the Ministry of Police, we began receiving a series of complaints and reports from civil society as one group, from whistleblowers, from SAPS members, from members of parliament, and from members of the public. These reports raise concerns about human rights abuses by members of the National Political Killings Task Team, among others. They raise concerns also around issues of governance, failures affecting various temporary and ad hoc task teams. And those included, but not limited to the NPKTT. They were raising issues across SAPS, especially on task teams. They formed part of broader pattern of structural issues within SAPS that required ministerial attention. The complaints from various complainants varied in content and in emphasis, but they shared common themes, namely unmonitored task team operations resulting in grave human rights abuses, as they alleged. Unclear reporting lines in terms of who do these task teams report, and allegations of overreach, duplication functions, and significant strain on SAPS resources. It was clear to me that most of these complaints arose from people who knew one or two things about police, who felt a concern of one kind or the other around issues of policing in the country. Now, I need to add that they also included HR-related matters or complaints alleging some internal abuses within police, including within PKTT, and instances of criminality. Now, for the benefit of the Commission, I provided a list of some of the people, and I indicate, for instance, on 731 that one of the people who lodged a complaint was Lieutenant General Samson Shitlabana, whose complaints arose from his transfer from SAPS to the National Assembly. And there were some HR issues that arose there, and the issue was settled. We entertained it. I allocated Deputy Minister Matale to deal with the matter, and it dealt with it, and it got settled. And the National Commissioner was involved in the discussions throughout. And then there was Gerald Tio, to whom I allocated Deputy Minister Bushielo, and the matter got finalized. And then there were other people. You'll be a bit patient with me as I try to indicate the status of each of the complaints. Major General D. Mutli, who was component head of crime intelligence. Now, he made several calls. Ultimately, I met him, just myself, and he then outlined his complaints. And at the end of the session, I asked him, which was not a long meeting, I asked him, what do you want me to do with what you are saying? He said, I'm not expecting anything from you. I'm just reporting my matter is in court and I want to settle it myself, independent of you, in court. And that's why we left his matters. And then there was Brigadier Hlungwane, who was in charge of the secret account. His argument was that after all processes internally, he was indicating that he is on appeal to the minister. And then there was also General Khan, and I must say that that matter is still pending. And then there was an issue of General Khan, whose matter I got through a National Commissioner and Head of Crime Intelligence. That matter ended up in court with a challenge from General Khan, challenging expeditious handling of his matters, and he won the case, and there was an internal disciplinary hearing which cleared him as well. And that's how the matter was handled. And then there was also General Vuma, whose matter is still pending on suspension for several years now, and Mpumalanga Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Manamela, whose matter is still pending. And then other names to be submitted to the commissioners for confidentiality. I have here commissioners in this envelope. Other people who contacted us, and some of them we had a discussion on with the deputy ministers somewhere towards the end of November to say, what do we do with all these complaints? But many of them, or most of them, I met them alone at their request for strict confidentiality, because they emphasized throughout our conversations. So they would call and they will ask for a meeting directly or via other people. And then I would meet them. And they would emphasize that the matters that they are relating to me are highly confidential and highly sensitive. And then they would relate them to me. I did that throughout the course to the end of the year.
You don't need a second job. You just need to learn how to talk to AI.
So this is how
I would want to, I intended handing them over personally to the commissioners, but I trust that you are trusted by the commission, and I'll be looking at you as you do so, because I don't want the names to be exposed by any accident. I am making a personal appeal to the Commission to afford them an opportunity to meet them. There are 8 of them, and it won't take 8 days. It will take less than 8 days to hear them out. And it's important from where I sit to receive or to afford them the opportunity to do so. So that is part 1 of the complaints that we received. Then there were also complaints.
Minister, my apologies if I may interject. From a procedural perspective only, this is important for me to understand at the stage where now we engage the minister on his testimony, not having had sight of what's contained in the envelope, because it's strictly for the chair's eyes at the moment. I would like to know whether the minister is tendering the contents of that envelope in support of this particular heading, because if he is, then I would not have had opportunity to consider its contents, or whether he is just submitting those names for the commissioners to consider how to treat the persons whose names are contained in the envelope, and that whatever it is they say is unnecessary for purposes of our engagement as far as this chapter is concerned. Not having seen them, I don't want to stray way beyond the minister's statement as it currently stands. So I would like some guidance on how to treat that, the information that is in the envelope. And Minister, I'm not suggesting that I have sight of the contents. I just want to know how I deal with the contents of that envelope. Thank you.
We'll discuss over lunch, and we'll decide how to go about how we want to treat this.
Thank you, Chair. Duly guided.
Thank you. Just one more additional information. I did provide their numbers because I ended up just recording, because sometimes they would phone you in the car and I would take the name and surname and then number. But quite a number of them, if not all of them, would have made submissions to or an application to the Commission to appear. So there may be correspondence with the Commission already from them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Noted.
The next person who also lodged complaints formally by writing emails to us was Meriti Haas, who is an academic and a long-standing observer of policing oversight in KwaZulu-Natal and elsewhere. And she did send correspondence to me and to Parliament Portfolio Committee on policing from time to time, complaining about various issues. Among the issues that she raised was systemic governance weaknesses experienced or observed by her in policing, including task team operating in parallel, and sometimes outside sub-formal command, oversight and budget structures. Her concerns outlined the issues later identified independently in the Marai report and SAP's internal governance discussions. Some of these complaints were quite serious when you read them. And at some point, I did have a discussion with National Commissioner around these matters. I'm just indicating that she was one of the people who made submissions. And then there was another person called Patricia Morgan Mashale, who also sent a number of complaints on an ongoing basis, I think from July, shortly after we got appointed, sending a lot of material to us on a regular basis. And at some point, I requested assistance to understand exactly her standing and what her role is, and so on. But even after IGI, that is Inspector General of Intelligence, had indicated some aspects around her, I continued to receive and I continued to read, but I never actually sat down to deal with the matters that she was raising. I never sat down with her, nor did I have any discussion with her on telephone. I just received and looked and read what she was saying. And then the third and the last issue of these complaints arises from a Forte case that is alleged to be in violation of human rights. This was reported in media before I arrived, as I perused matters from attorneys from Bradley, Conrad, Halton, Chickle Law firm. And some of these articles were carried by Daily Maverick, and we set out and indicate what they were all about, and I propose that I don't go through everything there, but those matters are clearly identified. It is now public knowledge, I'm now on page 35, that Ms. Becker has since requested to give evidence before the Madlanga Commission about what she alleges as abuse and violation of her rights perpetuated by members of the NPKTT during her arrest. In her statement before the Commission, Ms. Becker has detailed the extent of the abuse as she alleges she endured during her arrest, and Ms. Becker explains the abuse she experienced in Part B of her statement, paragraph 31 to 79, which I attached as SM16. So it bears mention that some of these complaints referred to in this statement were also discussed with the National Commissioner, as I indicated. Now, the challenge posed by these examples is this. The National Political Killings Task Team has for some time been credibly accused of systematic human rights violations. And I must indicate that it's quite concerning to hear stories here and there of members of PKTT or National Political Killings Task Team wearing balaclavas when they do some of the operations that you wouldn't expect them to do so, even though I'm not specific on the matters, but I'm merely indicating what complainants have raised in their complaints, the ones that are listed there. A culture that is not in consonant, in my view, with a democracy and what is expected of police, and it's quite concerning. Hence, my inclusion of this matter here. So my view is, and still is, it is possible for police, whether in units, whether in teams, to perform their duties successfully without having to violate any human rights. We are a country that has made a choice that we recognize human rights, that is rights of individuals in the country that must be observed as we police South Africa all the time. But I'm not suggesting that police shouldn't have freedom to or liberty to exercise their powers within the Constitution and within acceptable practices in relation to use of force whenever that is necessary. Now, I go further to say that I do have an understanding that there are arguments out there that it's preferable to keep the National Political Killings Task Team because of its unique focus and ability to combat organized crime. And I want to state it that that's a wrong argument, because the National Political Killings Task Team was not designed to combat organized crime in general, but they were established and designed to focus on political killings, which, in other words, killings which are politically related. And they have been doing that, strictly just that, political killings or assassinations or murders that are deemed to be political related, not other matters, not any other matter, as it were. And I will indicate later through figures or some stats that make an effort to make us understand what the Political Killings Task Team was all about. But I don't think that it is fair to devote substantial resources to one category of killings in the country, which is politically related killings and not any other killing. When the evidence is that there is an urgent need to focus on all matters. Ever since I got, or we got appointed to the ministry, what the concern of cabinet has been, the concern of the portfolio committee has been, the concern of the public has been, it has been a very high and unacceptable rate of murder in South Africa. That has been the concern. That has been drummed into our heads all the time, and we believe in that the rate of murders alone, not just crime, but murders in particular, is very high, unacceptably so. That's why, among other things, I took the initiative of calling a meeting together with the deputy ministers of the National Commissioner in November and provincial commissioners and the deputy national commissioners, just to focus on 4 crimes that we believed by that time we had observed as being a major concern in the country. That is murders, proliferation of firearms, proliferation of, if I could use that word, of drugs in the country, and GBV&F. We focused on those only. Now, those kinds of situations or those crimes, as we identified them in November, they rather dictate to your conscience and yourself as a need, pointing to a need, maybe not exclusively, but almost exclusively, that you need to attend to those because they are the ones who characterize criminality in South Africa more than any other. When people say there's crime in South Africa, they're pointing to murders. They are pointing to these other 3 that I've indicated. Hence, our focus. Much as political killings, as identified in 2018, are important, there is murders of councillors and other officials at the local sphere. Much it is important, and it was important to attend to that. But there is a need to recognize that outside that number or that category of people, there is a lot that is happening. And therefore, we can't keep on focusing on just one category, which in my view is small compared to the other, as statistics will indicate. I then proceed to try to get deeper into the changes that were necessary and necessitated by the directive that I issued on the 31st of December last year.
Where are you now, Minister, in your statement?
I'm on paragraph 99. I'm proceeding to paragraph 99. A central consideration that informed my approach was the need to strengthen SAP's permanent structures rather than continue to rely on a temporal project. And this was based on observations. So by late 2024, it was increasingly clear that concentrating significant resources exclusively on politically motivated matters was no longer efficient or justifiable. Relative to the national burden of violent crime, political killings constitute a small proportion, and a broader systemic consideration was required. Now, by saying this, I do not mean that there is no need to focus on political killings. But I'm simply making the point that for me, the disproportionate.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I get perfect notes from every meeting. I click this toggle to send my
Systematic matters are ignored, can never be justified. What I wanted to achieve and still do is a balanced approach to crime fighting, particularly where matters are concerned. If I could pause and just indicate three things about the landscape of matters in South Africa. One, it is to that, according to the Global Initiative, in the report they issued last year in April, they identify 4 categories of assassinations or murders in the country, that is in South Africa. One, it is organized crime that takes the largest portion of lives in the country. And they estimate it to 35% of murders in the country. This is followed by assassinations or murders within the taxi or around the taxi industry, which is estimated around 34%, which is a percent lower than the organized crime. And then this is followed by the third category, which is political killings, estimated at 24%. And the last one is personal killings, which is estimated at 7%. Now, if you put aside the global initiative and look at your own stats in South Africa of matters, they definitely fall within those four categories, by and large, which means that the highest category of matters in the country are those flowing from organized crime, whether it is extortion, whether it is in any other form, followed by taxi industry-driven or matters associated with the taxi industry and political killings in the third category. This is the first point that I want to make in terms of the landscape. The second point I want to make is that there are 4 provinces that constitute about 83% of murders in the country. 4 provinces. It is Gauteng, where we are. It is KwaZulu-Natal. It is the Eastern Cape and the Western Cape. Those 4 provinces combined constitute continuously 83% of murders in the whole country. Now, so when they say South Africa has a high murder rate, unacceptably high murder rate, in fact, in terms of figures, we are talking about murders that occur in these 4 provinces. I'm not saying that it excludes the other provinces, but I'm just saying up to 83% just in the 4 provinces, all combined. Now, I now want to indicate in figures, I'm not sure whether I did ask that these figures because it's for the benefit of the public to clarify these points as clearly as possible. I don't know whether I did that. If I did, I would request that these statistics be displayed as I go through them.
Minister, I think that the request had not made it through to us, but that shouldn't be a challenge. We will be able to project from your statement as we have it. Just so I understand, you have statistics appearing at page 38.
Yes.
And spilling over into 39. Firstly, under which paragraph, which statistics would you like to have projected?
I will just take the
101, paragraph 101, after
yes.
101 or 102? 101.
101 first and then 102. And then I would request that I also take that graph on page 40.
Okay, we shall do so. If you could just give us a second. In the meantime, you can continue with your testimony as soon as, I think we're up and running.
Okay.
To just give it a second. With you. Not so soon, it turns out.
Okay, thank you.
But I believe you may continue as soon as it comes up. Then you will turn your attention to the table.
Okay.
Thank you.
So at the end of the statistics that we will indicate, which will also take us to some of the figures that we have on PKTT figures, as we will be comparing, the summary of that comes out of these figures and the graph, it tells you that between the years 2016-17 and 2024-25, SAPS recorded an average of 23,043 murders per year national. 23,000 and 43,000. No, 23,043 national. And then you go to KZN alone, the average there annually is 5,314. Now, this against the backdrop of the National Political Killings Task Team murders with an average of 18 political murders per year over years 2015 up to 2024. We were just indicating averages to make my earlier point after the statistics. I may as well, because stats are now here, to indicate what I wanted to indicate. So in one, you will see that from 2011 to 2015, we deliberately went back there to show that in those 4 years, political murders were 11. This was before the establishment of PKTT. And then there are other categories like politically related cases and political related cases and so on, the total. But I want to jump to 2018 in the interest of time, the year of establishing, or the year in which PKTT was established. There were 14 murders. And then 2019, 15 murders, 2020, 15 murders, 17, 27, 11, and by 2024, you were talking about 7 murders because the graph went down in 2023 of politically motivated murders down to 11 and then to 7. Now, 102. Now, 102 indicates just in KZN, flowing from those figures above, to indicate that in those years, political, not political matters in KZN. You are talking about between 2011 and 2012. 2011, 2012, and then 2015 to 2016, you are talking about 18,396. Now, you compare, as I say, with the figure above, which indicates politically motivated matters, 11 and 18,000, in other words. Now, I'm not even taking those of the country, which is 85,000 at that time. But let's go to 2018, because that 18,000 is a combination of years, but I'm now taking 1 year. 2018, in KZN, there were 4,382 matters. Just to continue referring to the stats, in that year, in 2018, you had 14 that were political, that were identified as political. Just 14. But these are lives, of course, and I shouldn't even add just. It's 14 lives that were. But outside politically motivated, you had 4,014. 2018. Now, 2019-20, it's 4,859. And there were 15 matters in 2019. 2020, there were again 15 matters, political, in terms of politically motivated. But in the same year, in KZN, you had 4,859. Now, 2020 to 2021, 4,825. 2021, so the whole figure goes like that. But this side, by then, the combined figure is 27,494. Now, let's go to the graph, which is on page 40. Now that is the graph that indicates matters in the over time in the country. So the top line is matters in the country as a whole. The next line, matters in KZN over time, and the red line is politically motivated matters. So, just the same as I've been saying, 2016-17 is 32 against 40,000, and 4,018 against that 19,000. And then you go 20 in 2017-18 against 4,382. And then 14 against 4,395. And then in 2019-20, 15,000 against 4,000. 2020-21, 15,000 against 4,825. And then 2021-2022, 17 against 6,000, which was even rising. And then in 2023, is 27, the highest, and then 2023-24, it started dropping to 11, and then down to 7. Now, we then say there, in summary, the figures demonstrate that politically related matters constitute a very small proportion of the national matter burden, and even the provincial matter rate in KZN, where PKTT or NPKTT operates. Now, this supported my view that focusing significant resources exclusively on political killings through ad hoc temporal task teams was no longer sustainable, and that the expertise developed within the National Political Killings Task Team should be mainstreamed into permanent murder and robbery unit, which has political killings in its approval mandate as indicated on Tuesday, backed by our structure. Now, by way of further illustration, it is to be noted that SAPS releases quarterly crime stats, but for murders in particular, there's no breakdown on or categorization of the motives of the murder. Indeed, I would argue that motive is of secondary significance. What is important to note, and in terms of our mandate, is to reduce murders, is to deal with murders, whether of business people or from the religious community or from whatever category. That is secondary. What is primary? What you get paid for, where you earn your title as minister, and in my case, as an individual, as minister, is our performance in relation to the face of criminality in South Africa, the face of crime in South Africa, which is the murder rate, not murder rate of a certain category of people in the country, but murder rate. And people in South Africa would say, we are making an impact, we are working, not when we reduce just one category, but across. And this is in line with the Constitution of the Republic, because it doesn't distinguish which category, whose murder is important than which one. Now against this, which we had to really ask the question internally in our consciences, do we continue like that? So it was also my general understanding that in reality, as I indicated before, task teams are created to solve defined problems and not to operate indefinitely. And I've repeatedly indicated this matter. Now, ultimately, I was of the view that NPKTT's work should be wound down or wind up, and members should then be absorbed into one of the permanent structures. And in this case, it is murder and robbery under serious and violent crimes, which flows from the work study, which flows from the understanding of SAPS themselves, and the work that they had done over years, and so on. Now, when I then indicated in the directive that NPKTT is no longer serving the main concern.
I learned that ChatGPT works best with detailed prompts, but I hate typing them. So instead, I dictate them using WhisperFlow while walking. When I'm walking, my brain just works differently. Ideas start pouring out.
But ChatGPT's native voice dictation can't handle my stream of consciousness rambling. WhisperFlow cleans it up instantly. Here's what I'd type if I were at my desk. Here's what it looks like when I dictate to ChatGPT. And here's what it looks like when I dictate to ChatGPT using WhisperFlow. Rich, polished, perfectly structured prompts that unlock ChatGPT's true potential. The outputs that I get from these WhisperFlow walking sessions, night and day difference. It's like I went from chicken scratch notes to a client-ready draft.
The best part, I'm getting a ton of work done while also getting my 10,000 steps. Try it and I bet your best work will happen on your next walk. Get Whisper Flow free.
Despite the fact that, as I have indicated, it's a small category of people in reality. But we do recognize the work that they did as individuals and as a team. But time to mainstream, as indicated by the structures of subs over time, had come. And we had to take a stand to say, let's now change in line with what is actually happening in the country in terms of murder and robbery. So it was in that context that I indicated no longer required. It was based on stats, not meaning to say individual members within PKTT would then be made to retire. It was time to mainstream them and go to murder and robbery and even use some of the experience acquired there to mainstream, especially in the 4 provinces, as I've indicated. And I still believe very strongly that we should persuade one another in the country that we mainstream, because reality is pointing elsewhere. Much as we can sense what is this? It is to sentimentalize
or sensationalize.
Sensationalized. The chair is very helpful, and I'm indebted to you, Chair. We should work beyond the emotions on this matter. Try to persuade us beyond emotions, and sensationalizing the matter. Go beyond that. Now, as I said there, I said to myself, do I play into those emotions or I face reality? And where is this going to put me personally if I deal with this matter? Because I would be seen to be swimming against the general sentiment. There, I'm sure I'm getting it correctly. I would be seen to be swimming against the sentiment, general sentiment. But I said to myself, I don't believe that I was appointed for sentiment. I believe that I was appointed for honesty and for reality, as I see it in the portfolio, and then lead accordingly. So ultimately, then, we wrote in the way, in the manner that we wrote. So I've dealt with everything on page 41.
Yes, I confirm.
Is it we or I, Minister? When you say we wrote in the manner that we wrote.
I'm a humble person, Commissioner. I must say I, because I was really alone. So that I don't, the word we, I normally use because I'm with deputy ministers, but it is important to indicate that I didn't consult them in writing. But I have a hangover of we, but I was alone in this.
Minister, before you proceed, Chair, I see it's about 1 o'clock. However, if we turn a page to 43, I think a few aspects for the Minister to wrap up this sub-topic. And I would request perhaps a minute or two for that purpose, and we then may break before he deals with the question of resource and budgetary considerations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I will deal with paragraph 112, just for its relevance, because it talks about the former request. It talks about requests. I beg your pardon. Let me start with 111. There is a difference between the request for extensions leading up to 2022 and the request for financial approval in the absence of a concurrent request for an extension post-2022. For an example, the request for approval and request for funding for the period 2018-7 1 to 2020 December 31, and the period 2019 September to 2020 March 31. And there's a vast difference between the two, between these requests. The former category, the old ones, the request for extension, they are specific and detailed in their purpose, background, operational approach, composition relating to the task team in question, and estimated expenditure is reflected. On the other hand, the latter, that is beyond 2022, they were done without a concurrent request for extension submitted in the same function. They were simply requests for financial authority. There's a difference. You would read pages and pages in the older ones before you come to the finance part or the funding part. But post-2022, almost the second page, it's a request for funding. So those extensions got reduced to just requests for finance. And these differences are discernible. But I'm a resident of KZN. And I'm conversant with matters there, political and otherwise. And even without the benefit of any study or figures, the general conversation in KZN by the end of 2024 was that political killings are down. They were no longer part of the conversation as they were in 2018 and a couple of years after that. And general consensus that you would find in the normal course of conversations will tell you so, without any studies and without any figures. So 113 says mere approvals for funding are to be distinguished from formal extensions of the National Political Killings Task Team, and there is, to date, no work study contemplating that the National Political Killings Task Team should be transformed into a permanent structure intended to operate indefinitely. What there is instead, there is a proposal over years that you now must integrate, you now must allow National Political Killings Task Team to be absorbed by murder and robbery under serious and violent crimes. This is what we are saying in those paragraphs. But we are also highlighting sensitivity in terms of allocating resources within policing, that it's a matter of concern and it's very important. So I go to paragraph 115. So following the work study, the intention was always that the NPKTT functions would be reabsorbed into permanent structures. Let me make this point. It may have been conveyed and received as disbandment and consumed as such, but the intention is similar to that one of 115, absorbed into these permanent structures as demonstrated in terms of what SAPs were saying in various memos over time. It was to absorb, it was to integrate, it was to do just that. But the term disband came in, of course, in the conversations right from 2019. It was not introduced by me alone. It was there in 2024 before I arrived. And as such, it got to be part of the conversation. Now, so that's why I'm saying then in those paragraphs preceding where I am, we're getting to the belly or this real substance that went into the processing of the letter of disbandment. But I proceed to the resources and budgetary considerations, and I'm not going to be detailed there because it's there. I've spoken about it, except to say that allocation of resources, I consider it to be
Minister.
policy making.
Oh, Minister, I had understood Ms. Lo
Yeah.
to say that you should stop
At this
just before starting with resources and budgetary considerations. Let us. Yes.
Before we do so, Commissioner Kumalo's mic went on. I thought he's got a question for the minister. Oh, all right. Otherwise, happy to. Thank you, Chair.
Let us adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
Thank you.
members of the provincial trust team, members of the regional trust team, alliance partners, the leagues of the ANC, branch delegates, distinguished guests, the clergy, ministers and pastors, comrades and friends, Dumela. Today we're doing things differently. Why? Because you elected this regional leadership as the leader of society, we have a responsibility to take Johannesburg to the next level. This political address recognizes the road we have traveled. It may or may not be my last speech, but it will be the address that reflects our mistakes, we have tested, and most importantly, taken Johannesburg to its former glory. The 1886 gold rushed through the streets of Johannesburg. Such discovery brought misery and joy to the people of Johannesburg. Black people were oppressed, whilst white people entered the land of milk and honey. The battle of naming Johannesburg began. There were 4 contenders, 2 named Johannes Joubert and Johannes Kruger, and 2 Johannes Riesig and Johannes Meyer. Since we are all about evidence-based thinking, the Fatherland released an article stating that Johannesburg was named after Johann Riesig. This is captured in the departmental notes. This is the only piece of written evidence we have. Maybe it is time we rewrite history and rename Johannesburg. A battle of individuals brought us here. And this is not who we are. We are a people of faith, love, peace, joy, and happiness. That's who we are. We are living our dream. Our forefathers and mothers fought for freedom. We are living this dream. Our leaders fought for the integration of Johannesburg. Today we are integrated. We are living this dream. Joburgers wanted a clean Josie. Joburg is becoming clean. People of Johannesburg wanted law and order, and there is law and order. We hosted world leaders and the world right here in Johannesburg. Indeed, we are living a dream. Should we wake up from this dream? I do not know. What we know is that the G20 South Africa Summit Leaders' Declaration recognizes Johannesburg. It begins by saying, we, leaders of the G20 who gathered in Johannesburg, South Africa, for this historic first summit on African continent under the South African G20 presidency on the 22nd and the 23rd of November 2025, addressed major global challenges and discussed ways to promote solidarity, equality, and sustainability as key pillars of inclusive growth, close quote. It further states that, open quote, we welcome the commitments of the 8th replenishment of the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria, jointly launched in Johannesburg by South Africa and the United Kingdom as a vital source of international multilateral funding to combat infectious diseases and strengthen sustainable health system and a proven model to foster our global health security, close quote. Close to the conclusion, it states, I quote, "We applaud the decision to convene the G20 Social Summit in Johannesburg, an initiative that provided non-government stakeholders a unique opportunity to voice their views on fundamental issues of the international agenda. We welcome the approach undertaken by the South African G20 president to continue to integrate the work of the engagement groups. We acknowledge that strengthening partnerships and expanding dialogue with a wide range of actors is important to collectively shape the G20's approach to issues requiring international cooperation. The politics of the G20 were centered around the declaration. True to our cause, we watched our President, Comrade Cyril Ramaphosa, rise to the occasion, navigating through world powers, carrying the African flame, and showing the world that we are made of greatness and we shall not be bullied. This is our moment of truth, courage, and reconciliation. It feels good to be South African. It feels great to be African. We are a nation living our dream. Please don't pinch us or wake us up. We are fine. Those who grew up in the ANC will tell us to apply our tools of analysis in responding to the international and domestic balance of forces. From this angle, we can safely say the international balance of forces is in our favor, and that South Africa is resetting the geopolitics of the world. Whilst the superpowers are struggling to unite, we united them with our spirit of Ubuntu. Understanding the alignment of the balance of forces is an evolving ideological and global geopolitical environment in which there are competing political and socio-economic interests in a fundamental prerequisite in the formulation of strategy and tactics. This exercise is a function of the dynamic interplay within a variety of objectives and subjective factors, power dynamics, and competing interests. The demise of the apartheid regime in 1994 ushered in the victory of the democratic forces led by the ANC, but the old and the dying system of apartheid continued to resist the birth of the new democratic dispensation. At the time, the strategy and tactics document of the ANC in 1997 made this point that, I quote, "The balance of forces both within South Africa and internationally is such that these interests can be subverted by capitalism rapacious license. In this sense, therefore, the basic framework of our democratic achievement in South Africa is irreversible, but it can be derailed, leaving us with a shell of political rights without real social content." Fast forward to this present period. Once again, we bear witness to the rise of a plethora of right-wing and anti-democratic forces whose sole objective is the destruction of the ANC and undermine as well as misinterpret the aims and objectives of the National Democratic Revolution. Comrade Chairperson of the session, Comrade Mota, we are facing many challenges. As guided by the NEC, our challenges are systematic, structural, and financial. Systematic meaning we are constantly experiencing operational inefficiencies, which refers to the delays in infrastructure projects, service delivery backlogs, and unfunded mandates that have compromised the quality of services rendered to residents. Secondly, our structural challenges are linked to our governance challenges. There are persistent issues in accountability frameworks, oversight mechanism, and leadership efficiency have impeded effective decision-making and policy implementation. Lastly, we are struggling to overcome the financial instability caused by the Purple Coalition. Slowly but surely, we are getting it right. Since 2016, there's a visible decline in the revenue collection efficiency, coupled with escalating debt levels and unauthorized expenditure. And this has strained the city's fiscal health. We have said this before, and we are saying this again today. Our challenges are complex, and they need complex solutions. The 16th Regional Conference must internalize these challenges. You have a responsibility to give us leaders who can handle these challenges and deliver the results. The world is watching. Our women and children are watching. Gender-based violence must stop. This is indeed a national crisis. We must fight it with the same vigor we used when fighting against apartheid oppression. We used every means possible at our disposal. The fifth pillar of the ANC strategy have evolved over the years. The 5 pillars of the ANC strategy have evolved over years. It is important we go back to the original pillars: mass mobilization, armed struggle, underground organization, and international solidarity. The creation of the bomb squad is a direct effort to respond to the mass mobilization pillar, which is aimed at mobilizing communities to take charge of their own development. The bomb squad is our eyes and ears. The gap between us and the community is minimized because the bomb squad has narrowed the gap. This team of volunteers are our support mechanism. It is not an advisory structure, and we are pleased that they are working well with the administration. Comrade Jackson Tembu, may his soul rest in peace, was one of our finest communicators. We knew him as the comrade that won many key aerial battles for our movement. As we observed the many WhatsApp and Facebook messages, we realized that comrades are restricting comrades from implementing the aerial battle and in the process oppressing freedom of speech. A right we fought for. For us, the aerial battle is about promoting the ANC and discrediting the opposition parties. This is a battle of ideas and communication, not actual military combat. We used this strategy and tactics from 2016, and it helped us to regain power in 2019. The task is to spread the word about the work or the good work the ANC is doing. In a day, we must each post at least 100 messages so that we can reach 5.8 million people living in Johannesburg. To our branches, remember that numbers do not lie. They tell them that Stats South Africa says the following. Our GDP growth rate is 2.7%. In actual fact, higher than sovereign. 89.8% of Joburgers have access to formal dwellings. 98.3% of Joburgers have access to water. 94.1% of Johannesburgers have access to electricity. Our sanitation services reach 93% of Joburgers. Refuse removal is experienced by 9.5% of Joburgers. Conference delegates, let us pick the right leadership, and very soon these numbers will be 100%. We need to have an honest discussion about dealing with the reality of managing coalition and coalition politics. The NEC is managing this discussion, and we should be thankful that Comrade Makura and his task team members for helping us to navigate these arrangements. After the 2024 national elections, they informs us that, one, the ANC share of the vote has been reduced at both national and local governments since 2004 and 2006, respectively. The national vote peaked at 69.7% in 2000. Jews, the least 27 hung councils. And in 2021, local government elections resulted in 81 hung councils. Despite the reduction, the ANC has always performed better during national and provincial elections compared to local government. Therefore, politics of coalitions is not living our dream. We must find a way to win back the hearts and minds of our communities so that they can fall in love with the ANC again, and we can go back to position of strength. Growing the economy of Johannesburg is a non-negotiable. We are the heartbeat of Africa. This 16th regional conference must reflect on what it means to be the 43.99% of Gauteng's province GDP, which totaled 2.37 trillion and 14.9%.
They can manipulate our names, but they will. Or he runs away with the relevant information that needs to be. It is these commitments, comrades, that must ensure that the African National Congress remain the movement of the people. So, comrades, we want to thank President Ramaphosa for bringing all these political parties to establish a government of provincial or of national unity. We want to thank President Ramaphosa for bringing all the heads of all these political parties to align them to the medium-term development plan, to ensure that there is coalition consultation mechanism, to ensure that there is a joint foreign policy approach, that the government of national unity must not be a government of piecemeal political parties, but must be a government of all political parties. But we know all those that believe they can be in government of national unity and remain in opposition. We know this political party that is silly. We know this political party that they think they can reverse black economic empowerment. We know this political party that they think they can block NHI. We know this political party that they think they can stop Bela. We know this political party that wants the wealth of this country to be only in the hands of white people. We are saying to this political party, you must choose either you are in government of national unity or you are in opposition party. You can't be both. And this political party must send a very strong message. For them to be with us in the government of national unity, it does not mean we are in alliance with them. The DA is not a branch of the ANC, and Helen Zille is not a member of the African National Congress. So therefore, their decision to think they can put billboards here to say end BEE, they are sending a very wrong message that we must forget about what they've done to all of us. And are not prepared to do so. So therefore, when the ANC says we must reset the negotiations, we must reset the government of national unity, we must honestly, comrades, when you go to a commission to discuss and deliberate on the government of local unity, on the government of national of provincial or local unity, we must be in a position to attend to these issues. At one stage, business mayor by Bizukwamanda here. Hey, Comrade Mayor. So, comrades, the dynamics of government of national unity, the dynamics of government of provincial unity, the dynamics of government of local unity are the dynamics that are real and we must confront them, comrades. Comrades, provincial regional deputy chair said, at one stage, the numbers in council were more than 55%, isn't it? And now we're far less than that. Let me tell you what's the problem, comrades. The problem is when we lose power, we lose numbers, but we behave as if we are still control these municipalities. You must see, comrades, without fear of contradiction, our presence here in the minds of other people, it's not to come here and build the ANC. It's to come here to elect a leader that will ensure that his face will be on the paling so that he can be a ward council or a council. Comrades, we entered that space. We are entered in that space wrongly. What we need to do and say, comrades, it's never in our lifetime and never again should we have this government of national unity or provincial unity or government of local unity. We must reaffirm, comrades, that the ANC is capable and is able to fix its problems and run it. And to do so, we need to work abnormally hard. To do so, we need to let go of those wrong things, comrades. To do so, we need to provide the ANC with those that are capable to lead the ANC. Comrades, let's be honest. Some of the things that you are seeing at Madlanga Commission and an ADCO committee, comrades, are not only embarrassing, they're exposing us that we are playing with power. You play with power, comrades, it's gone. It will never come back. Ask our comrades in Cape Town. But no, Suzobuya. Where are they now? Western Cape, Suzobuya, where we are. Ourselves, we have started, comrades. And therefore, it's very important that we deal with this. And for us to deal with these things, comrades, is for members of the African National Congress to remain firm on the policy position. And one area, comrades, that we are aiding you and urging you is that you must not allow the differences of the SACP and the ANC to collapse the alliance. We may differ, but the alliance must remain. And the problems that the South African Communist Party is having with the ANC must be attended and be resolved. And the problems that the ANC is having with the South African Communist Party must be attended and be resolved. But there must be no one who must stand on a public platform and say it's the end of the alliance. We will refuse, regardless of our differences, we'll defend the alliance and we will go and celebrate this alliance. So we must not be impatient with each other, comrades. We must never, comrades, think that it will be normal for the South African Communist Party to contest in the same area. And we know, comrades, there are some comrades within our ranks. They are waiting for the list process. If they don't make it in the list process, they will either stand as independent or they will stand on the ticket of other political parties. So therefore, comrades, to have another political party coming out of the African National Congress is going to create problems for us. We are making a clear, real call to our leaders. Resolve our differences. And there's no one that can be better in the absence of another. we are better off together. And this is the message that we need to think. Comrades, we are also coming to you with a clear request. We are now, comrades, it's real. We are on the doorstep of the NGC. The National General Council, comrades, is going to take stock of our work. The National General Council is going to determine how best, as the African National Congress, we can confront the next stage of our revolution. The NGC, comrades, is giving us an opportunity to take stock. This NGC starts on Monday. This NGC is confronted for the first time in the history of our movement the possible non-existence of the ANC in the next 15 years or so. And therefore, this NGC must say, how do we stop this? This NGC must say, how best do we bring all the instruments of the African National Congress not only under one roof, but under one command? But comrades, we must be honest. You know it. You have done it up until now when you come here. It will happen when you go to the province. It will happen when you go to national. Comrades, if we can't change like we resolved in the last conference, like it contained in our strategy and tactics document, if we can't change the manner that we elect our leaders, comrades, it will be the end of all of us. Comrades, we can't be at this stage and moment when we need to be together. He says, I want to be the president of this organization. So, comrades, the price that we have paid to be here and the price that we need to avoid, we must all accept, comrades. This thing of having delegates going to a conference to elect leadership, it was good at its time, but need to be reviewed now. There are many people that their branch mandate them what to do. When they come here, they do the opposite and there are no consequences. There are others who just want to be permanent delegate. There's one branch that you know, if there is a conference, this one is a permanent delegate. If nominated by branch leaders, there's nothing wrong. The problem is that the permanent delegate, if they are threat of that permanent delegate not to be a delegate, that permanent delegate either disrupts or he runs away with relevant information that needs to be. So, comrades, we want to urge you. We're going to lobby other provinces. We want to carry this mandate. We discussed it at our PGC last week. We also want to lobby other structures of the ANC that the leadership of the ANC must no longer be elected by delegates of conference. All members of the ANC must vote who must lead, because no one is going to buy all of us and no one is going to abuse delegates, and there will be no one who will take advantage of our delegates. This is our organization. all of us must vote for our leaders, and all of us must say who must lead for us. There must be no one that must take delegate somewhere, and another one take delegate somewhere, and another one take all the delegate. We must remain in the African National Congress, and all of us must vote who must be leader of the ANC. We said the people shall govern. A moment has arrived that the people should vote for who must be a leader of the ANC, and all members of the ANC must vote for that leadership. Otherwise, comrades, you know, sometimes sometimes delegate go through difficulties, comrades. So comrades, there are also many issues that we must take to the NGC. We don't want to influence you. We've gone through your discussion document. I must say, comrades, you have prepared well for this session. You have political commissars that will guide you. But comrades. And that is why the NGC agui no more. That is why the NGC, the entire province, comrades, only 100 comrades are going to represent us. We must go there to continue with what we have presented before. Comrades, the issue of step aside, it came from Gauteng. The issue of the commission that will allow us to test our integrity, the Integrity Commission, came from Gauteng. The issue of either the strategy or tactics or the building and the renewal of the organization came from structures of the ANC in Gauteng. So we must go to this NGC, comrades, understanding some of the challenges that we are facing. And some of these issues must remain non-negotiable. But obvious, we must agree to be persuaded. But what we must believe in, comrades, is this. Anyone who wants to reverse transformation, anyone who wants to take us back during the apartheid days, anyone who believes now they have a voice to try and raise racist issues in our country, anyone who think our children should still continue to be characterized by race but not their character, that particular individual must find a decisive and strong African National Congress that is ready to push them back. And our approach, therefore, to the NGC, it's nothing else but to defend the gains of democracy. Our approach to the NGC, it's nothing else but to strengthen the African National Congress. Our approach to the NGC is nothing else but to ensure that there is a program of action that will be far better than the program of action that the Youth League established in the 1940s. That this program of action will reclaim the African National Congress. So, comrades, we come to you to wish you well. Honestly, we come to you as your leaders, pleading with you, comrades, that differ. Because conferences naturally, it's natural, comrades. Natural. Conferences create tensions. Conferences, comrades, create this atmosphere that you don't know your friends, you don't know your comrade. But we are pleading with you, comrade. The African National Congress must rise, not individual. So we are giving you this moment,
Those
comrade.
with
you
reflect
putting forward
on our
your
organization.
version and the engagement
We're giving
we are
you
going
this
to have
moment,
with you,
comrades.
because it's those
Please
topics that speak
think about it.
specifically to the issues of PKTT. As previously placed on record, all other issues that you have addressed in your statement shall be for the second session of the commission in the new year. The chair will determine when that takes place. Your statement is extensive, and it will not be possible to deal with everything with appropriate and required depth if we were trying to cram it all in this 1.5 days. So I just want to remind ourselves what awaits us, and if you could structure, therefore, your summaries accordingly to fit in with your and my agreement as to how much time you need for that purpose. Thank you so much. I then invite you to consider from paragraph 117 and deal with that sub-item, resource and budgetary constraints. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. 117 taken together with 118 seeks to indicate that the issue of resources is of primary importance in a department like police, whether NPKTT is funded from the National Operational Center, which would affect the combat units within SAPS, or is taken from any other source, especially detectives. The principle is one, that we shouldn't use the budget for what it is not allocated for and start picking up from different programs, because that is not allowed by Treasury. Then it affects performance levels of where money is taken from. If it's taken from detectives, for instance, it causes the standstill that is there in SAPS. Things like physical dockets, things like many dockets to a detective, which is very cumbersome, resulting into poor performance and convictions and all of that. Having made that point, to say the whole of SAPS resources are an issue that cannot escape my attention as Minister, because it is so important. I indicate on page 44 that if we continue funding national political killings trust team the way it is happening, we are being insensitive to discuss resources that we have for making sure that the whole of SAPS is as effective as it should be. PKTT or NPKTT, there's a budget items there just for 12 months requiring that amount of money, just for S&T and accommodation, 40 million, 883,000, food and beverages, 15,193,000, incidental costs, 6 million, laundry, 1.2 million, overtime, 30 million, cell phone, 440,000. Now, this kind of expenditure concentrated in just one team, which is temporary, is unjustifiable. The budget for SAPS has been reduced by 11% over the last few years, and therefore it's something that should talk to the way resources are allocated. If I come to this year, for instance, I do want to display, I want to come to just one small or one page.
Here's how developers at Perplexity and NVIDIA are prompting AI 10 times faster. You're prompting Cursor over 100.
Just to show.
Minister, is that from your statement? Or is that a separate document you would like projected?
It's in the bundle. It's not. It's it talks to case management.
With an annexure to your statement?
Yes, case management, and I'm not necessarily focusing on that. I'm just focusing on the results that we have on, especially convictions and so on. You have this document in the bundle.
I think we will project what we believe is the document.
It's an extract from presentation to the portfolio committee.
It's a two-page document, if I may.
And I'll present one page, first page.
Okay, it's got section 1, case management docket status, politically related cases. That's the heading of the document you want. Are we in the wrong document? Perhaps let your attorney direct us if it is a specific annexure, and we will try and pull it up. SMP 26. Oh. SMP. While we obtain an electronic copy, commissioners, that is, it appears at page 565 in volume 3 of the minister's statement. Looks like this.
Okay.
Minister, we think we have located the correct document. Can you direct us to the correct page now?
It's just the first page of the two.
And under the heading purpose.
Under the presentation to the portfolio committee. I'm just taking one page.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
That's
Minister, we are going to project and then you'll tell us if we are at the right place.
Yes, thank you.
Is that the page you wanted
That's
to
the
speak
page.
to? Okay.
I'm just wanting us to take this as a package. Number one, that is 119, which I've just presented, the expenditure pattern of the NPKTT.
Sorry, Ms. Silo, we are in the right annexure. Which page is it?
We are trying to locate it. We were provided with this. We provided with this two-pager. Minister Mchunu's attorney told us it's annexure 26. But what you have on the screen will not appear annexure 26. It's an extra document that we have been provided. Annexure 26. It's an extra document that we have been provided with. But the minister confirms that that is the document he wants to talk to. So perhaps afterwards, once again, we'll have a conversation with the attorneys to understand where this particular document fits in his annexures. I'll propose that perhaps in the meantime, he speaks to what's on the screen.
So commissioners, I'm saying if we take 119, which is the expenditure pattern for 12 months for PKTT, you combine it with the point that I've just made of 11% reduction of the operational budget of subs, and add this slide, you'll see what's happening, or or contextualize or use this slide to contextualize what we are saying, you will see that in a context, what's happening with the budget of subs is that it is nominally increasing, but in real terms, it is getting down as a result of demands of policing and the population. So if you look at this slide, you will see that when you look at work done, you look at the slide from the perspective of work done. Cases that are finalized under investigation, other, and then you have 191 that are finalized over. You have 333 dockets over the period since 2018. And then 199 finalized, which is 57%. But out of 191, there are 56 where the guilt verdict has been given, which is 29% of the 191. And then the last line, figure 3, if you could push it up a bit, you will see that out of 333 dockets, you have 56 guilty verdicts, and then that constitutes 17% of the 33 cases. Now, you can make whatever opinion and so on, but the thing is, when you look at it from the perspective of value for money in a context of a deteriorating budget, it will tell you that you rather have to review the way you want to use the resources in the department. That's the purpose of those. And then I'm
Sorry,
adding.
Minister,
Yes.
just to make sure that I don't lose you, is what you're conveying with this statistic, are you conveying that the PKTT has not been successful? There's never been value for money from the beginning. Is that what you're seeking to show with the statistics?
Yes, in the directive, there is half a sentence or something that says, that talks to the value for money. And if you look at stats, you look at the deteriorating budget, you look at demands which are affecting performance, you look at what we spend in 12 months for one task team, but then you look at the outcomes. It constitutes a doubt that you are happy with the value for money in that. And from where I sit, I felt I wasn't happy and satisfied with the value for money. And I may as well indicate here that when NPKTT was established, it was 2018, it followed an incident in which wherein Mchunu had just been murdered. But to date, we are yet to secure or see a conviction arising from that murder. As we speak, my understanding from the family, who are not distant from that family, you are talking about 5 suspects, all in all, on that case of 2018. 4 of those suspects are suspected for conspiring to murder. And then 1 is a suspect for murder. So at the moment, 7 years down the line, we are yet to see a conviction that relates directly to the first case, which was almost a test case when NPKTT was established, and there is none yet registered. But let me move on. And I do want to say that is not necessarily to say, personally, I blame NPKTT for that, because they're part of SAPS, and it merely indicates expenditure patterns vis-a-vis the actual results and so on. There is then a question of inequities in subs between task teams and between units. And I point out that if you continue with National Political Killings Task Team focusing on KZN, you definitely are duplicating. In as much as you may not want to accept that as a fact, but that is in reality what's happening. And it has been the case for some time. We have murder and robbery, and it is around 45 people or so. And then you have NPKTT dealing with murders at the same time. You rather rationalize and you spend once in a sustainable manner, and that is beneficial to the people. So you stop duplicating. But at one point, I said to the National Commissioner, murder is murder. Let's not create a false hierarchy in murders in South Africa as South African police. Now, I listened to the National Commissioner speaking here at the Commission and to Lieutenant General Kumal. And as I listened, I got more and more squeezed internally when they repeatedly used the word traditional, that NPKTT doesn't use traditional methods when investigating. They don't use normal methods. They are using what has been put into NPKTT to make sure that they are as effective as all of us would be. Now, but they are doing that in a small scale, as I'm saying, dealing with small figures, and then the rest of the people with high figures, you subject them to normal investigation, traditional investigations. Even when you take blood samples, what do? They said it's 3 days for a political murder case, whereas it is 30 days for a normal murder. And look, I'm not going to be minister forever. At one point, I will go home. And if I come across murder, I'll be one of those whose investigation will be deemed as normal, as traditional, because it won't fall within this category. And the point is, are we on the right track? Is that justifiable, morally and ethical? And from where I stand, it is not, and not in line with the Constitution of the Republic. So the issue is, when you are in the space, normal space, listening to successes, listening to this, it is nice to consume that. But when you are alone, as minister, thinking things through, you in terms of principles, looking at things in a principled way, you come out empty in the sense that you are not able to respond ethically and morally to the question, why do you differentiate between murders? What justifies that? And therefore, murder is murder. There is no hierarchy. And subs must then subject themselves to that. So no 30 days for the rest of the people when you do samples, and then 3 days for politically motive, because...
Minister, just so I understand you, are you suggesting that a new method of conducting investigations cannot be piloted on a small scale before it is rolled out nationally? Because surely you must first test a new method's success on a small scale. And then if you deem it successful, then you roll it out across. Are you suggesting that that is not the correct way of doing things?
Not really. I'm saying it is a correct way of doing things, but we should and could have done that some time ago. And at some point, we should say, do it, because you have already created or established your murder and robbery long ago, but you keep on delaying. You must immediately do it. And there's no justification for you to postpone. There have been implementation letters, 2 of them, 2 assessments, but still not implemented. So it has been an experiment gone too long and not in compliance with the imperatives that we are facing now. So there's nothing, it's like going out there building a hospital, and then you put in surgeons and all the specialists and so on, and then the hospital all of a sudden does very well in terms of patients coming in and so on. But then you leave the rest of the population outside and you subject them to normal. And then you say to the public, I'm pleased that we are making progress and there's no other team or hospital like this one. But you know that all the other hospitals are not like that. I'm just making an example. And I'm saying that morally and ethically, it can't stand the test. And the longer we keep it, the more unjustifiable it is. And the experiment has been there for quite a long time. Now, I then moved to 136. Those were the directives, 3 of them. Although we are now running with 1,363, but there were those others, and they were selected because of their impact on crime in South Africa at the moment. I'm not going to go to each one of them, but I'm just highlighting the reason why 3 were selected. Ministry has a number of priorities, quite a number. But then from those priorities, I selected those. It was just for one reason. At the beginning of the year, 2025, just take those 3, focus, get rid of them, and then go to the rest because of their impact on crime in South Africa, and attend to them. And I'm glad that 136.1, 136.2 were attended as directives, and we worked together and we moved on, and we made substantial progress on both. The one that remained behind as a result of people changing their mind midway, we then diverted and sidestepped, and we are in that particular situation. But the 2 moved on very smoothly and made a lot of progress. I will deal with them.
If you want to build an app and have no idea how to code or where to start, check out Base 40.
That took place 142, 144, 143, just highlighting our focus on matters, on firearms and on drugs, all those matters, up until follow-up meetings on those dates, as I indicate. Those were various meetings dealing with the same structures, priorities, and making progress. Still following that report, the Marai report on implementation. Now, I'm saying that on paragraph 154, I'm just highlighting the very same issue that as far as I'm concerned, there's a problem of compliance with Treasury guidelines. We get our budget allocated for this, and then we compel ourselves to use the budget for something else, which we can't keep on doing. It's not a way of running a department, a proper way of department, because it leads to irregularities consistently. And then decision finalization and the 31st So by the 31st, by late December, we had gone through the work study. We had done the memorandum related to the PKTT, asking for money midway and so on. We had done with what accompanies the Marai report, the work study, the Marai report. We had done those meetings on the 1st, on the 21st, on the 22nd, listening to what PKTT, and even spoke, especially in the meeting on the 21 and the 22nd, on the 1st and the 22nd, where I indicated clearly the need to urgently review the status quo in relation to NPKTT from the macro point of view. And National Commissioner indicating that, in any case, that was never a permanent structure. It was meant to be temporal, and that we should go that route. And then December 31st, the actual directives. And I do want to say that when I indicated with reference to the PKTT, I attached the word immediately. Just to clarify what, in my understanding, as I was sitting on the desk writing, and I would want to indicate to commissioners that I wrote this, although it's not the subject for today, but I wrote the directives, and I take full responsibility for them, all three of them. I was not influenced by anyone, anywhere, not by phone, not by anything. I just had said for 3 days, 29, 30, 31, and asked myself, what changes, what impact have I made on SAPS? This is my 5th month in the department. I'm heading for the 6th month. And I need to see qualitatively the difference that I've made. And then I wrote these directives wanting to select just 3 issues that would make further impact on the work that we had done, and not come to the department and just stay and not make any difference. And therefore, immediately, I know exactly where it came from. It says...
Minister, maybe here is my suggestion. It's page 476, SM20 in your annexures bundle.
In my annexure.
So maybe as you are talking, have it in front of you. It will make it easier.
Okay. It just comes naturally. It says...
Minister, to assist you, if you could pull out your file 2, do you have your file 2 close by? It should be marked 2 of 5.
Is it a different...
It's not with your statement. Your statement is a standalone
in
file.
another... Okay.
There's help coming.
It's fine. They'll assist me.
So when we get to file 2, she's going to open page 476 for you, which is the disbandment letter that you issued. And it is that document that Commissioner Kumalo suggests.
Okay.
When you deal with these aspects,
I touch
you do
on
so
this.
with reference to that document. Thank you.
Thank you for guidance. I find it. Okay, good. Yes, thank you. So I won't go to, yes, this is the directives themselves. Oh, I see, thank you. The meaning in this context of immediately is not as that of switching the light. Switch off that light immediately, and you go to the wall, you do so. That is why, from where I sit, immediately can't be read alone in the directives. It needs to be read with what I requested from the National Commissioner, saying, go and prepare the preliminary report. And then also later, after the preliminary report, there should be MINESCO. MINESCO is where minister and deputy minister, that is ministry, sit with top management, so that we consider what I have taken a decision on immediately. So immediately would then mean the decision has been taken immediately. Then prepare for those two things. So when you read that immediately alone, you remove the preliminary report and you remove the MINESCO meeting that was attached to that very directive, immediately loses meaning as in the directive.
I'm sorry, Minister. I want to understand your use of immediately. What do you say immediately relates to? Does it relate to the disbandment, that is disbandment immediately? If not, what do you say it relates to? I'm not sure I understood you.
It relates to a decision having been taken. So saying to the National Commission, take note that the decision has been taken immediately. The decision.
So it is you that acted immediately.
Maybe let me put it like this to explain. It doesn't say, for instance, with immediate effect. It says immediately, meaning this decision has been taken immediately.
So the way I'm sitting, I think the two mean the same.
But in the context, especially when you attach the preliminary report, which is not required as of 31, it is required for another date, and then the MINESCO, it clearly sends a message that this immediate is not like switching off. It's not like whoever is driving.
Minister, when I studied or was taught English in my younger days, they would say an adverb. What does it do? It modifies a verb, I think, and an adjective qualifies a noun. That's the grammar I was taught. So your immediately is an adverb. So which verb in your sentence does it modify or does it relate to? That's where I want to be sure of what exactly you mean. Because as the sentence stands, it follows immediately after the verb disestablished. And ordinarily, I would read that to mean that you want the task team disestablished immediately. So the immediately relates to disestablished. So that's what must happen immediately. Now, with those views and a little bit of grammar insofar as I understand it, can you try to explain and make me understand your use of immediately?
It says immediately, yes.
Yes.
But then, because I understood that immediately is a process, it denotes a process. There would definitely be a process which the National Commissioner needs to speak to or respond to. It is immediately, but pointing to two futuristic events. The preliminary report, if you like, you would say, oh, okay, it's immediately, but not before the preliminary report is presented, or not before the MINESCO, because otherwise, what would be the meaning of writing, asking for a preliminary report, if it was not indicating a timeline? It was indicating a timeline. Immediately, the decision has been taken immediately. But then the process itself will be as indicated in the letter. Otherwise, I could have written this
and stopped it immediately. And it would have given a different meaning. And anyone who says, yeah, what is any other meaning here, except exactly what it says, immediately disband now and everything. But once you say it's like saying pending a preliminary report, pending the UNESCO meeting. But of course, that is immediately. And in the context of government processes, you use these words, but
it can't come to a screeching halt, as it were. It would have to.
Pardon?
I'm saying what you are saying, basically, Minister, is that it could not come to a screeching halt.
It wouldn't.
All right.
It wouldn't.
No, all right, Minister, thank you. I was not interrogating you. I just wanted to understand your use of immediately. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I, Minister, can I just follow up on that? I do apologize, Mr.
No, it's
now
quite
that
okay.
the
Thank
chair
you.
has started there. And it's on the back of this discussion with the chairperson, how you're explaining what you contemplated with the use of immediately. Now, there are two things that you ask the National Commissioner to do. You say he must give a preliminary report on the 20th of January, and then the last act in execution of your decision is a final and closing report that must be submitted to a late meeting in January 2025. Now, in the interim report, in the light of this discussion with the chair, what did you expect to see in the implementation of this instruction? What do you expect to see in the interim report?
I was expecting just any kind of response that would give effect to the directive. If not, any other response from the National Commissioner. And I must say, I've done this even in other departments a few times, even in a meeting, to say, DG, we've taken a decision now. We have immediately taken a decision. And I would even ask, how long would it take you? A week? I'm the first one normally to say a week. And DG would say, Minister, 2 weeks. And I would say 5. Because I've come to understand how officials of government work. They work very hard, but not without one form or the other of relaxing. Sometimes in a situation where you really feel the pressure yourself. So I was expecting that National Commissioner would respond. That is the word. He would respond to the directive. But in particular, indicating how this would be given effect, how it would happen from his perspective. Simply because even if I left it in earlier, where I was explaining the powers of the minister vis-a-vis the powers of the National Commissioner, but they are the two sides of the same coin.
Yes. And okay, I note what you say. I guess we'll have a further discussion. And then you've told us what you would expect, you were expecting to see in the interim, in the preliminary report. And then in the final report, which must come in January still, it's a
Yes.
close-up report. What do you expect to see there?
I was expecting to see, first, get the outcome of the preliminary report. Depending on the preliminary report, then we'll move to the final. I knew that this is quite a tight time frame, but it was deliberate, just to highlight the urgency, to highlight the importance, to highlight what I wanted to draw the attention of the department to right at the beginning of the year. I knew that, as usual, there would be flexibilities in the process. At one point, as an example, I wanted us to hold a workshop, a 3-day workshop in February or so. But as time went on preparing, they then said, management said, no, Minister, let's hold this workshop in March or something like that. Even the summit, police summit, we didn't hold it at the time that I had indicated first, or we had indicated first as minister. We held it much later. It happens quite frequently that as minister, you want this period and you pronounce it. But then the officials, when they implement, when they operationalize, they find that they come back to you, they propose a different time frame. It happens quite frequently, and I hope not just me alone, all of us.
I'm sorry,
okay.
I'm sorry, Minister.
Okay. No, I was going to hand back to Ms. Sill. I just wanted clarification of what you were contemplating, and I note your explanation. I guess we'll have further discussion about it. But I think I'll hand back to your evidence leader.
Ms. Sillo, just to say, this does not mean that we have started engaging.
Indeed.
Just a sort clarity.
No.
And
My
colleague Commissioner Kumalo says that he too wants something clarified. We will.
And I just wanted to point out that I think when Commissioner Baloyi indicated she wanted to say something.
Please, 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 stop using ChatGPT like Google. Disappear for a month and do this instead.
Session where the minister gives his version. But at the same time, it is necessary that we introduce some logic to how we approach things. So in light of us trying to, or at least the three of you trying to have a better understanding of that paragraph, that last paragraph, I too have some questions. And I wanted to say, when I put them to the minister, it's all clarity-seeking questions, not so much that we have started to engage, but
I'm going to read that this is what it says. I therefore direct that the political killings task team be disestablished immediately. So my reading of it is that you were directing that something be done immediately, not that you were saying you have made an immediate decision that something must happen in the future. So if you can just...
Definitely, that is part of what immediately, in terms of the decision that has been taken, would mean. It would mean start thinking about the process, start preparing the report, start, aligning yourself with this or any other kind of response. So it indicates that even though we are not stopping now, everything switching off now, but switch on the process.
Does it also mean if you have different views, then engage me on those views?
Obviously, it will mean that exactly because in any decision that the ministry would take, you open it up for engagement with the management. That's why the second meeting after the preliminary report would entail UNESCO so that we have engagements on the matter to assess whatever would have come up from the preliminary report.
We will come back to the directive, but for now, I'll give back to Advocate Sill.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. And by way of clarity, still on the same paragraph, my one question has in part been asked by Commissioner Kumalo. My second question still on that paragraph, and I refer you to the sentence relating to the filing of the preliminary report. That sentence starts with a word further. You state further that a preliminary report in this regard be submitted. Now, in the context of trying to understand what immediately means, I would like some clarity as to further to what must a preliminary report be filed. My interpretation of that paragraph is further to the immediate disbandment, a preliminary report must be filed. I want to test my understanding with you. Would that be a correct understanding, or do you think I am completely misreading that? Precisely because you say further. It doesn't say to be disestablished immediately and that, or whatever, and that a preliminary report be filed. It says further, comma, so that has to imply it is further to something. And going back into the paragraph, I am trying to determine further to what. And the only thing that my logic tells me is further to the immediate disestablishment. So I just want to test my understanding with you.
I want to see this sentence.
It starts, let's start.
Observation. Oh, yes, I see.
Yes.
I see the sentence. Further, so I therefore direct that the political killing system be disestablished immediately.
Yeah, correct.
Meaning decision taken and then processes, but further to that, going forward, or note, in other words, then prepare preliminary report.
Oh, so what would precede the filing of a preliminary report is the immediate disestablishment, which, as you say, means that to start the process of disestablishment.
Only.
Only.
Other than switching off.
Okay. I'm clarified about the meaning you attach, as I guess as the commissioner pointed out, Commissioner Kumalo. Perhaps we shall revert to this paragraph over the course of today and tomorrow. But in the meantime, I am aware that you have not completed your version, putting forward your version, and I'm not laying the blame at your doorstep, Minister. I accept that perhaps an engagement started earlier than you had anticipated to finish that exercise. So would it be fair to grant you perhaps 5 more minutes to wrap up to enable the process to move forward? Thank you.
Let me try that. On reasons, therefore, on page 56, I think I'll leave it as it is. And page 57, I've touched on budgetary matters to then go to what is what I consider to be important. Paragraph 114.
Yes.
To indicate that on paragraph 114, since the letter required a report to be prepared by the 20th, and given that I would be on leave, this is a direct quote, because I'm now indicating what happened after. Until I would be on leave until 14 January 2025, I instructed Brigadier Litoko of my office to forward the letter from the minister to all deputy national commissioners, including Lieutenant General Sibia, to instruct them to prepare the necessary report. To me, that kind of response from the national commissioner was a response which resonated with the letter and spirit of what I had written in terms of the directives on paragraph 114.
114 of your statement, Minister.
It's, is it?
It can't
yes,
be.
I'm reading. I see that it's 5.8. 5.7.
Minister, may I
don't know what
invite you
happened,
to
but-
page 59 of your statement, page 59?
Yes.
And if you have regard to paragraph 176, my understanding is this is what you've just spoken to now.
Yes, the mistake I've done is to make a quotation outside this. I'm sorry about that. I see the error that I
it's all
made.
right.
So we're on paragraph 176.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. To say what then happens on the 3rd, it's that there is
then the directive now of the National Commissioner to his staff in the office to say, write such and such a letter and inform Deputy National Commissioners and follow and inform them accordingly, which indicated to me two things. One was that we were one with the National Commissioner. When I received the news, or when I got the indication that the National Commissioner has instructed Brigadier Lutoko as early as the 3rd of January while he was on leave. That was just a couple of days after the letter of the directive in relation to PKTT. And then the next thing is 16 January. Well, that was a separate meeting. And the 17th. I will come back at some other point on those. But what is important is on page 60, paragraph 179, wherein it says, on 22 January 2025, National Commissioner finished a comprehensive memorandum to me acknowledging receipt of my 31st December 24 directive. Now, I want to go to paragraph 180. And then I took that directly from the report, preliminary report of the 22nd, where the National Commissioner says the following, I quote, "In conclusion, the task team has undeniably achieved and far exceeded the purpose for which it was established. No other task team in South Africa has achieved the success nor has been able to investigate and ensure the successful prosecution of perpetrators of politically motivated murders. The directive by the Minister of Police to disband the National Task Team has been noted. The initial objective and the directive by the President has been achieved, with a noticeable decrease of political-related killings in KwaZulu-Natal as a result of the National Task Team's intervention and relentless pursuit of its mandate. The South African Police Service remains responsible for the finalization of those dockets in possession of the task team, as well as the finalization of the dockets which are currently before court. The following steps are being taken to wind down the task team without compromising pending investigations or court processes. The 128 dockets which are under investigation and allocated to the National Task Team will be retained by the task team, and investigations will be finalized, and audit will be done of those dockets still under investigation in order to establish which dockets can be returned to the station of origin or allocated to other investigation units within SAPS. The current capacity of the National Task Team will be gradually scaled down. The only personnel who are required to finalize the dockets retained by the national team. The scaling down of the team will depend on the 115 dockets that are currently pending in courts, with most of the court dates in the year 2025. It is anticipated that the team will complete the work before the end of 2025. However, seriousness of the cases and processes of court will indicate the course of action. So the 3rd, and then now the 22nd of January, this is the response of the National Commissioner. And this is what I would have expected, and or any other kind of a response. So what is evident here is from the disbandment report is that General Masimula indicates clearly in black and white that the objective has been achieved and what will then happen. But in particular, there was never an objection to the directive. So the letter as a whole no, the preliminary report as a whole doesn't indicate any objection whatsoever. He supported the directive in full. So on 5 March, we go together to the portfolio committee, we make a presentation on the directive, it is accepted by the portfolio committee, and on the 6th of March, we sit together, we discuss in more detail the presentation of the wounding up or wounding down of the National Political Killings Task Team and so on, which is now operationalizing the directive. All of that indicated that we were together, even on the meeting of the 7th, even though there was the additional docket, which was no longer in line with what we had agreed on the 6th. But the principle remained, it was never reversed, that what the National Commissioner indicated is being followed by all of us. But it was to say, don't add any other, because it will be counterproductive. We're winding down the site, we're adding cases through another door, and so on. But the principle remained so that it could be operationalized going forward. Now, I am now exactly where I'm supposed to stop, and I want to then close by saying, in the whole of this, the message that I was convinced with as we went towards December, and the lesson that I learned, and the principle that I adopted, and would want to stand by, is that matter is matter. And that the shift from ordinary people on the ground, wherein we are seen to be servicing them, instead of being seen to be servicing people up the hierarchy at their expense, or be seen to be living them, is exactly what we are all complaining about, that we are creating an element of elitism in government. And we are creating distance, those of us who happen to be in government for that time being. We cut ourselves out of the people. The figures indicate who is dying, who is suffering, who is actually a victim of murders in South Africa. Is the majority of people. And therefore, don't drive resources away from the problem, because that's the core of the problem. Don't drive this service. Don't drive this objective of stopping what is happening in the interest of a few people who, by the way, matter, but not more than the majority of people in South Africa. That is a principle that drove me and I embodied it when I was writing this letter. And I sought to make a difference in the portfolio by following that particular principle, even if it would sort of be seen to be swimming against the tide in terms of the sentiment, the general sentiment. And I said, I shouldn't be taken away from a principle in favor of a sentiment that would subject the majority of people.
Stop taking meeting notes and let ClickUp AI Note Taker do it for you. It allows you to focus on your meetings.
I thank you very much, commissioners.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, did you ever hold a meeting and have a discussion with the National Commissioner of Police and possibly other senior SAPS members with the agenda item being the disbandment of the PKTT. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if there were possibly other agenda items, but the disbandment of the PKTT being a focal point. Did you ever have such a meeting?
On the 1st of November, we discussed this matter, and I think there are attachments that point to the content of our discussion on the day. But it was not disbandment; it was review of the PKTT. And on the 22nd, it was the same, because at that time.
Apologies, Minister. Perhaps let's work through that answer with reference to the actual annexures. You referenced the meeting of the 1st of November.
The 1st of November.
You have attached a document marked SM1 that should be in your file 2 of 5. That should be the first document in that file. And it should read draft minutes dated 1 November 2024. Please, excuse me.
I don't see that file. I don't want to take a lot of time. Page one. Yes, I'm back.
Yeah, I was just drawing your attention. In response to the chair's question, you started with the meeting of the 1st of November. And I was pointing out that your annexure SM1 states that it's a draft minute of the meeting of the 1st of November.
Ms. Silo, maybe check that the minister has got the right file. It looks like he's got the wrong document in front of him.
It should be 2 of 5. The minister's annexures, 2 of 5.
And in fact, you should have a tab marked SM1.
I don't see SM1. That's it. Oh.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi.
Page?
The actual minute starts at page 96.
Okay.
And you
Yes.
see it's.
Yes,
Okay.
I see.
So-
I see those paragraphs.
Thank you, Minister.
Yes.
I understood your answer. You'll correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
Your answer to my question whether you ever had a meeting, an agenda item of which was specifically the disbandment of the PKTT. I understood your answer to be that there never was such a meeting, but that at the meeting of 1 November 2024, what was discussed was the review of, amongst others, the PKTT. Did I understand you correctly?
Correct.
Yes. Indeed, let me take you to page 99 of the document you've just been referred to. I want to show that what is in there actually accords with your answer. I'll read the second paragraph after the bullet. So at the top you have the bullet point,
Yes.
and then you have the paragraph that follows. I'm going to read the next paragraph. It says, the minister further indicated that there must be reconsideration and review of certain capabilities, such as the political killings task team, which are primarily about address serious crimes. There's something wrong there. He stated that subs should guard against creating structures/units based on specific category, whilst these duplicate the existing capabilities, bracket, e.g. text killings, political killing, all being about murders, close quote. So I'm saying that this actually accords with your answer. Now, let's move on. From then, that point, that is from 1 November 2024 up to and including 31 December 2024, did you ever have any other meeting that discussed the disestablishment of the PKTT?
We had a more or less similar meeting.
Similar, meaning still a review.
On the 22nd.
Still about a review.
Yes.
So effectively, or perhaps before the question I almost asked, Minister, what was the relationship, working relationship of course, between you and the National Commissioner from the time you became Minister of Police up to the 31st of December 2021? What was the working relationship like between the two of you?
It was what I could describe as a very good relationship.
Very good working relationship.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, on the 31st of December 2024, you surprise everybody within SAPS, in particular the top management, with your decision of that day. And you do this having a very good working relationship with the National Commissioner of Police. You accept that that is effectively what you did. You as it were, if I were to be metaphorical, you drop a bomb like that.
Not exactly.
Not exactly.
Not exactly.
Why not?
The reason is in the narrative that starts from 2019 with the anticipated reintegration of the team that had been established, then extending. The narrative was always that the NPKTT, right from the beginning, is for 6 months. And then it gets extended another 6 months, then a year, then another year. But in the minds of management, in the minds of SAPS management combined, both from the ministry and from management, it is anticipated, it is expected, it is something that we should be doing, even when you now had teams functional, murder and robbery. But so, yes, maybe an element of surprise, but not exactly, because it's something that has been in the mind, has been spoken about, and it has always been something that we could do anytime, just required somebody to come forward and say, the time is this one.
Minister, the PKTT is in existence, and for the time when there would be interministerial committee meetings at which the PKTT would report, it was always praised throughout, correct?
Yes, correct.
And in fact, all of these meetings, let me say most perhaps, most of these meetings are post the one event you referred to, which is the, what's that report? The
Marae
2019,
report.
the work study.
Or the work study.
Most of these meetings go into the 2000s. And it's not just one meeting. They go into the 2000s. And the work study is in 2019. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yes.
It started in
So,
2018.
so beyond the work study that you partly rely on, the PKTT is being praised at meetings of the of the Interministerial Committee, correct? Correct?
Yes, correct.
Correct. Now you are suggesting that because something had happened or had been said in the work study, therefore, senior management of SAPS must have expected that you could just drop what I will continue to call this bombshell, even though they have been praised throughout, right up to the time of the last meeting of the IMC. No, they were actually expecting a disbandment. Can you seriously say that, Minister?
Come again, Chair, on the last part.
I am saying, Minister, right up to the last meeting of the IMC, which was in the 2000s in terms of years, they were being praised.
Yes.
And this is way after the work study report.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is, surely if they are being praised, Minister, they can't expect that, oh, but we're going to be terminated the very following day. So what I'm putting to you is, on what basis can you seriously contend that they must have been expecting that the PKTT would be disbanded? Just on what basis? They are being praised for what they do. On what basis could they think, despite our performance, good performance, insofar as I'm not talking about Dr. DeHaas and other people, you know, and I'm by no means judging what they, Dr. DeHaas and others have said, not at all. But I'm saying, in accordance with the assessment of the IMC, they are performing very, very well. On what basis can you seriously suggest that they must have been expecting that they could be disbanded any day?
Now, firstly, on the basis that subsequent to, and I'm careful, you will correct me, just shortly after the letter of the directive, National Commissioner in the preliminary report says they have achieved what they were supposed to achieve, which is not something that I think just arose after the directive. It would have been there, noticed and identified. That is my point number one. In other words, and secondly, I would say, on the basis that, therefore, they would have been seen even by management, not only to have performed very well and commended, but have achieved what they were set up to achieve. And this is backed by stats, the deterioration, the decrease, substantive decrease, especially in 2023, of political matters, indicated by stats, down to 11, and 2024 down to 7 matters. So, and though on the sheer basis of the problem or the challenge for which they were established, and then discussions in the meetings in November, there would have been that kind of understanding that they have achieved their role.
Minister, I have a serious difficulty with that answer. You see, if you were giving us that answer having consulted with them and they had said this before you took the decision, your answer would make sense. Your answer does not make sense because it's something that you get to know after you had taken that decision. So on that basis, I say, or I suggest to you, Minister, that your answer does not make sense. Would you accept that? You knew nothing about what General Masemula would say after you had taken that decision. So that means nothing insofar as your decision is concerned. Do you accept that?
But if you refer to the meetings of November 1 and 22 November, I wouldn't necessarily agree with you that it was a surprise and given all the background, because we're already now in November.
Minister, please, I don't interrupt lightly.
Okay.
But I'm not talking about what had happened before now. I am asking a question that relates to what you say happened after you had taken your decision. So I do not see how you now go back. I'm saying, your answer that General Masemula says, what the PKTT was set up to achieve had been achieved, sort of aligns with your decision. So I'm saying that answer to my question does not make sense, because what General Masemula says post the taking of your decision could not have been a factor in your mind or could not in any way have informed your decision, because you get to hear of it after you had taken your decision. So I suggest to you that the answer to my question does not make sense. Do you get me now? Do you get me?
I get you very clearly.
Do you agree with my suggestion to you?
I would say the answer to your question lies not necessarily on the meeting on the preliminary report on the 22nd January. It lies.
This is your brain when you're struggling to focus. And this is your brain when you're in the zone. But getting
Wrote the directive of the 1st of November, the 22nd of November, even though it was not directly a disbandment, but the answer lies there, that there is this review, there is this discussion, there is this anticipation.
Was a point, Minister, ever reached at the November meetings?
Pardon?
Was a point ever reached at the November meetings? November meetings which were about a review. Was a point ever reached at those meetings or at any other meeting before 31 December 2024 that there should be disbandment? Was such a point ever reached?
My argument,
Was such a, please, not an argument, just a response to that question. And it's a very simple one. And a yes or no could do, unless you must explain. Was such a point ever reached, Minister, that there should be disbandment?
I would say many times, Commissioner.
Before 31 December 2024?
In the sense that
when you are the minister, I'm talking about when you are the minister, let's forget about the work study.
Okay.
And I don't even agree that there was anything that there should be a disbandment even there. But anyway, the November meetings up to 31 December 2024, was a point ever reached? So I'm giving you a timeline. Was a point ever reached that the PKTT should be disbandment? Was such a point ever reached?
No, it was not. That point was never reached, except in context of what we were discussing.
You see why I'm asking you this question? Because you keep going back to the November meetings. That is why I want a categorical answer from you, whether a point was ever reached that the PKTT should be disbanded. So your answer is that no such point was ever reached.
No such point was ever reached in directly, as you ask.
Oh, thank you. Now, my next point. You have a very good working relationship. I'm using your exact words. Who, with the National Commissioner Minister, who do you think was best placed to brief you? That is, to brief you on whether or not the PKTT should be disbanded.
Now, that
Bear in mind that you have a very good working relationship with the National Commissioner of Police, our entire police service, the South African Police Service. You have a very good working relationship with the person who heads it. Who do you think was best placed to brief you on whether the PKTT should be disbanded?
it would be, I would be informed by discussions, I would be informed by conclusions on those discussions, not necessarily to say, come and brief me on the disbandment, but if I needed a briefing. But I took it that the discussions that we had had by that time informed all of us that that is the imperative that we are getting to. Looking at organizational structures, looking at where we were going, somebody needed to take a decision, and I took the decision at the end of the year.
Minister, I'm not sure that answers my question. I want a clear indication on a particular warm body or particular warm bodies. And I try to assist you by making a specific reference to the person that heads the police, of which you are the minister. I'm asking for a warm body or warm bodies that were best placed to advise / brief you on whether the PKTT should be disbanded. Or does the long explanation you give suggest that as you sit there, you take the view that there is not a single person that you thought would be best placed to brief you on whether the PKTT, a task team of the South African Police Service that the National Commissioner heads, should brief you? Are you saying, as you sit there, there is no such person? You were entitled to just take the decision without at all being briefed by a particular person that should have been best placed to brief you?
Commissioner, I would
So the question is two-pronged, as it were. I've not dropped the first part, which is, who do you think was best placed to brief you? And then there's the second prong, which is, as you sit there, are you suggesting that there's no such person?
No, I'm merely saying we had discussions, in other words, briefings from the National Commissioner in November, and we were agreeing that there should be a review, but it was not particularly on disbandment. And if there would have been identification of the need for a briefing before, it would have been.
Again, Minister, I'm asking about a person that would have been best placed. I'm not asking you about what was done or what was not done. Who is the person, who is the functionary that would have been best placed to brief you? That's a very simple question, Minister, please.
It is the National Commissioner.
We all know you did. We all know that you took the decision without asking him to brief you on whether the PKTD should be disbanded. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, if he was the person best placed to brief you, why did you not ask him to brief you?
Now, this decision, as I say, flows from the 29th, when I finally took the break. 29, 30, 31, I write
29, when you finally did what?
29 December,
When you finally did what?
when I finally took the break to reflect on what we had been doing all the time. So I reflect on the 28th, I reflect on the 30th, and I say, let me issue this directive, and then we will start engaging after. And in the meantime, there would then be space for all of us to engage. If it comes to a point where we have to review the decision through the preliminary report or something else, that I would be prepared to do.
If you were open to a review, what was the big rush?
Pardon?
If you were open to a possible review which could have resulted in the reversal of the decision, what was the big rush? You say 29, 30, 31, you decide. What was the big rush? What was the big rush, Minister?
The rush,
yes,
if I could use your words, Commissioner, was to give an indication that what was supposed to have happened before and the wrongs that were going on in terms of budgeting and so on, let us discuss those at the beginning of the year, but the decision is being taken that we disband, and so that we now focus on the decision, whether we agree, all of us, on this, or we don't agree, it would be fine. I was flexible and I was open to that decision, but don't postpone taking a decision at the time that you think you need to take a decision. And I didn't see anything wrong in taking the decision, but open and flexible to whatever that could come after the engagements. There are decisions that, there are instances where decisions have been taken and you say this decision needs to be taken in the interest of the public, and then we will consult. There are such instances that have happened in government.
Minister, I still don't understand that explains the big rush, especially if you say that you were open to being convinced that the decision ought not to have been taken. Why start with a decision and await a possible reversal if you are convinced? It just gives me the sense that you were in a terrible rush. So my question stands, why the big rush? Why this terrible rush?
I wouldn't.
I don't understand.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say it was a big rush. It merely was an exercise of the power to issue a directive, which I could use and then have a discussion. I didn't see anything wrong with a decision, and then we discussed.
Minister, ministers don't issue directives for directives' sake. Why could you not rather say to the National Commissioner, National Commissioner, I am minded to disband the PKTT. Please tell me why I should not do so, and only disband the PKTT if you were not satisfied with the reasons that he gave you. Why did you not do it that way? I just don't understand this inverted decision, as it were. Decision, but I may be convinced to reverse it. That doesn't make sense to me. Why did you not say to General Masemula. General, I'm minded to disband the PKTT. Give me reasons why I should not do so.
Well, I didn't think that particular way, commissioners. I thought that I would give the directive and we would sit down and have a discussion as indicated in my letter. And I didn't think that was constituting any offense or that it was in breach of any law, as it were, or in breach of the Constitution.
Minister, did you not realize that the disbandment of the PKTT would have serious implications, both in terms of the work that it performed, in terms of all the dockets that it handled, at all of the various stages at which they were? Did you not realize that?
Well, I didn't write anything about dockets.
This was not a decision like, let us buy a generator for the department, you know. It was not that, yes, that too has financial implications, but I think the implications of disbanding the PKTT would be far-reaching. Do you accept that that is so?
I didn't indicate anything about dockets because I understood that when I issued the directive, it doesn't have immediate implications on what was happening in relation to dockets, and it wouldn't have, because that would be a subject of discussion in the preliminary report and subsequent meetings that would take place. This was a mere decision to say, let's start the process of engagement, in other words.
So far as you were concerned, the effect of your decision would be down the line, as it were.
That the effect of my decision would be assessed properly, engaged on after the decision in the preliminary
if
report.
it were to take effect, and I'm saying if it were to take effect because you say there could have been the possibility of a reversal. So if it were to take effect, it would take effect down the line. Do you accept that?
If there would be...
If your decision were to take effect, it would take effect down the line. Do you accept that?
Yes, I accept that.
Yes. This takes me back to my question as to, it's not as if once you said disbanded immediately, your decision would take effect immediately. So if that were the case, I go back to my question, why did you rush and say disbanded immediately? Why did you not invite input on whether there should be a disbandment at all?
Commissioners, the letter itself, as I've indicated, clearly got written with a fair space for engagement. As I said before, it was not to say stop everything as of now, minding that it was 31st of December, and it says, let's engage through the preliminary report.
Exactly my point.
Yes.
Exactly my point. Why not engage before? Why rush to the decision to disband immediately? Exactly my point, Minister. But I will move on. Maybe let me leave my colleagues, perhaps will deal with the disbandment issue and your letter later. I have a few other questions which may not be few because of necessary follow-up questions. General Sintumule told us that there are more than 10 task teams nationally. Do you accept that this is indeed so, Minister?
Agreed.
Thank you. Is there any other task team that you have disbanded?
There is a unit, not a task team, that we disbanded, the police inspectorate.
I'm talking about a task team, Minister. Is there any other task team that you have disbanded?
There's no other task team that we disbanded because the only one that we could talk about was MPKTT, because the other ones were established by National Commissioner and they fell within his purview.
I'm not sure I understand that answer. I read your statement meaning.
Ready to lead the future of AI and business with a doctorate? Join the Doctorate in Business Administration in AI and ML program, and you will earn a doctorate and a master's in AI and ML, together from Walsh College, a top-ranked WES-recognized institution. No GRE, GMAT, or TOEFL required. Apply AI to real business challenges through 2 capstone projects and a thesis. Start your doctoral journey today.
Would be matters that concern the purview of function, obviously, of the commissioner, and indeed anything that relates to whatever the national commissioner may have done. Would that not be correct? To the extent that you say that constitutionally, because you say that you can act even operationally, you say that comes from the Constitution. So constitutionally, you say you may engage in operational matters, correct? That's in your statement.
That is not to say practically go and constitute, decide who must get into the team, who must go and be based where. That is away from
No, Minister, no, please. I'm just saying, you say in your statement that the Constitution empowers you to play a role even in operational matters. Does your statement not say so?
It says so, but in italics.
Sorry?
It says so in italics, and I want to emphasize that. That it meant that you...
So you may all right, let me listen, yes. Let me listen, Minister, yes.
Yes. It was to say that while you have your constitutional duties and as identified by the Constitution, and the National Commissioner has his duties, but you don't operate with the Chinese wall between yourselves. It is the two sides of the same coin, as I indicated. Therefore, when exercising your duties, you are aware of how they will impact practically or, yes, practically.
So you are saying then, Minister, yes. Oh, sorry.
Yes. Operational.
Operation. Yeah. So you are saying, I'm taking you back to your point about not having disbanded any other task team. So effectively, you are saying that even if a task team may be operating in the most criminal and horrendous manner, you would never ever disband it purely because it was set up by the National Commissioner.
No, I'm not saying that. There would be an engagement, there would be a discussion to say, what is happening here? And let us discuss what we are getting in terms of what this task team is doing or what is happening around this task team, either because it gives us bad image or for whatever reason. Then we would engage, because that would be a task team established in terms of 11.2D.
And if the National Commissioner dug in his heels, you would throw your hands up in the air and say, I'm not disbanding this task team because it was established by the National Commissioner.
Not at all. We would engage further.
No. Let's take you to the very end point where even you are satisfied that further engagement is not going to take you anywhere. So the national commissioner is digging in his heels. You would throw your hands up in the air.
Not at all. It would
What
mean
would-
that we are now incompatible. And because the national commissioner is appointed by the president, I would go to the president to say we are becoming incompatible with the national commissioner based on 1, 2, 3. And then he takes a decision.
I will leave it at that because I was tempted to say, and then a new national commissioner is appointed, and that national commissioner is happy with the existence of that task team. But I will leave it there because I just want to test this idea that you can only disband task teams that have been created by whom, by the way?
Yes, you can only...
Task teams created by whom?
Yes, you can only disband the task team as minister.
Created by whom?
Created by first.
Because you, the minister, cannot create any task teams.
No, I'm saying this one, as I say, was not created by the national commissioner. It was created through the intervention of the president, then the task team, the interministerial, and then deciding that there should be a mechanism.
But that's what informed the decision. But
Yes.
the actual creation would have been in terms of statute, and where would that be? It would be in SAPS, and it must have been by the national commissioner ultimately. It may have been informed by what the president said, that filtering down to the IMC, then that filtering down to the national commissioner. So this must have been created by the national commissioner as well. Because statutorily, there is no way that something called an interministerial committee could, as a matter of law, set up a task team. That is not possible.
They took a decision, commissioners, that there should be a mechanism in the form of a
But
task
the
team.
actual creation in
Operation-
law, the
yes.
actual creation in law would have been by the national commissioner.
Operationally. He would be operationalized.
But in law, Minister, it would have been created by the national commissioner. In law. Yes, it would have, the creation would have been informed by the IMC decision, but in law, the actual creation would have been by the national commissioner.
I see
You see, what I'm testing here is this idea that in law, there are some task teams that are created by I don't know whom, and others that are created by the national commissioner, and that those that are created by whomsoever, you are entitled to disband. But those that are created by the national commissioner, you cannot disband. I don't understand that as a matter of law. Anyway, let me move on, Minister.
But I want to put just one point, that this one, NPKTT, the decision was through a directive of the executive side of government, and then it was operationalized. These other ones, National Commissioner can take a decision to establish and to disestablish. It has nothing to do with the directive of the executive.
I'll move on, Minister. You say the PKTT expenditure could not be justified. Did you compare it with the expenditure of other task teams?
No, we were dealing with the overall allocation of the budget, and I only complained about the management, the way we were managing the budget and allocating it. I did talk about less expenditure on detectives, less expenditure on other enablers. So it was not necessarily to be confined to a particular task team. It was spread in the whole organization to say we are not allocating the resources correctly here and here.
Minister, you have said the expenditure of the PKTT was not justified. I'm asking you a simple question. Did you compare that expenditure with the expenditure of other task teams? It's a simple question. Did you or did you not?
No, I didn't compare it
Thank
with
you.
other task teams, but I do want to say the reason to to remove the police inspectorate was exactly the same as that of the task team, the National Political Killings Task Team.
So, Minister, for all you know, the expenditure of other task teams could well have been significantly higher than that of the PKTT.
Come again?
For all you know, the expenditure of the other task teams could well have been significantly higher than that of the PKTT.
Or could be less.
But could be significantly higher also.
And could be significantly.
No. Do you accept the possibility I'm positing to you, Minister? Do you?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you ever assess the continued utility of any other task team, that is, of the more than 10 task teams, besides the PKTT? Did you ever assess the utility of the others, continued utility of the others?
Not exactly, but I'm saying it was in the form of assessing the organizational structures, all of them, and not necessarily one by one. Because even the PKTT, we didn't necessarily approach it as an individual team. We were approaching or defining the problem as that of, from the macro point of view, to say, what is it that we need to do with the structure? What do we need to do with the systems and so on? And as things came, we were then taking decisions as we reflected on what we saw as we were looking at the organization. That is how the inspectorate came in the form of discussion. It was not because we had an agenda item on any day saying, police inspectorate, we are going to be discussing it. It arose in our assessment as we were doing our work. And it came to our attention that there is police inspectorate. And by the way, what is it in the context of optimizing our budget? And later, by the way, what does NPKTT mean in the process of optimizing? And I'm sure there would have been any other that would have come as we process our thinking in terms of optimizing our budget.
Last question, Minister. I'm not altogether sure that the last answer answered my question, but I will not press. Last question. Why was the PKTT the first task team to be disbanded? In fact, first and only to be disbanded. But my focus is more on first. Why was it the first task team to be disbanded?
Now, I've indicated, Commissioner, that the first to be disbanded was not even a task team. It was a unit.
I said earlier, let's forget about the inspectorate, which you have said was a unit. I'm talking task teams, Minister.
Yes.
Why did you pick on the PKTT to be the first and only thus far, actually, victim of disbandment?
Now, we have stated the reasons that in our discussion, our assessment, our attention got caught by PKTT, and in view of us discussing the structure in relation to murder and robbery and all of the history that we have been indicating, and there is no other task team that fell in that particular category as we were discussing. PKTT had been in almost 7 years, and there was impact on the budget and other related matters. So it came. If there was any other
task team that came, and I'm sure there would have been another that would have come later on, but it was this one that caught our attention, and we then discussed it.
Minister, when did, I know I said last question, I hope this will be the last. When did the thought that I must disband the PKTT first strike you?
It was 29, 30, 31. On those days when I was no longer moving up and down, I was just sitting and reflecting on what we had been doing in the last 5 months. And I picked up what I thought were the most important things, especially by the end of the 6 months, and things that would have needed to focus on at the beginning of the year, and which had a lot of impact on crime. And we then said, I identified those three. But it was just a process that came when I sat down, 29, 30, 31.
Minister, why I'm asking you that is because on, or rather, the very day before, the first one of the 3 days that you mentioned, the 29th. So the very day before, the 28th of November, 2024, December 2024, you were at a funeral, I think it was in Mpangeni, together with the National Commissioner of Police. And after the funeral, you wished each other well for the end of the year and so on. And you do not for a minute say to the National Commissioner, I am thinking of, in fact, I have decided to disband the PKTT. And starting tomorrow, I'm actually going to work on my document in that regard. But I know what your answer will be. Your answer is going to be, no, Commissioner. You are talking about the 28th, and the thought struck me only on the 29th. I was going to say to you, it is very strange that you did not mention the disbandment to the National Commissioner on the 28th. But I will not suggest it because you say you were suddenly struck by this thought on the 29th. I will leave it at that. But I find it very strange that on something so important with the sort of implications that you yourself realized, because you say you did not expect it, even though you said immediately, you did not expect it to happen there and there. On something so important with such implications that you would only have thought of it within 3 days of the issuance of your letter. So you think now...
I can't wait to see what awesome pet is inside this egg. Do you know the answer? Click here to answer and hatch your own pet on Adapted Mind.
Correct.
We hatched the pet. Come answer more math problems, then hatch and customize all these pets yourself on Adapted Mind. Like this.
You may comment if you want to.
Thank you very much. The reflections that I made on the 29th, on the 30th, and on the 31st were not necessarily out of the rest of the work that we had been doing, because those reflections were taking the 5 months that I had been in office. Now, and what was happening only was that I then got time to sit down for the first time in 5 months to think carefully, what is it that we've been doing? What is it that we need to do? What would be the impact
or what has been the impact of what we've been doing? How do we enhance the impact, particularly at the end of 6 months and at the beginning of the year? So all these things come together. I'm seated, I'm not driving the following morning and so on. And then it comes to me that there are 3 things that I need to isolate and highlight that would make an impact in the first 6 months. It is these 3 that I ended up writing in the directive. And so it was not necessarily although on the 28th, as I say, I had no solid or I had not settled on any particular course of action, if any, until I then said, but whatever I did on the 29th, on the 28th, on the 30th, and on the 31st was merely summarizing what we had been doing in the past 5 months. And then I then isolated these 3 directives and I wrote them.
Thank you, Minister. We meant to adjourn now at 4 o'clock. We've not changed our minds on that. And even though there's a couple of minutes to spare, we think it makes sense to adjourn at this stage. Ms. Sello, is that in order?
It is in order, Chair.
And we have decided to again start at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
That's correct, Chair.
Let's adjourn and resume at 8:30 tomorrow.
Thank you.